face, but I was. I had a rapey face.
I grew out of it.
I was a little rapey until I was 13. And then,
Well,
I tried it as an experiment in college.
Yeah.
More of a self-rape.
Hey, Karen,
It worked out.
what do you have Star Wars listed under?
This?
oh, I also, I guess, need power, probably. As shit on.
And then
So,
you realize that Bob.
A needle pulling thread.
I finally got an answer on being paid, and I'm getting paid. Do you want to teach with me on Saturday? Our class time is 10 to 11.
Oh,
You want to teach with me?
Racing is my
Let me know, because obviously it's going to be different if you're
How
doing
much are they paying you?
That I don't know, but I asked her last night, and I said, hey, I would assume it's just whatever it was before.
It was like 500. It was pretty good.
Because I said, hey, are we getting paid? And she's like, oh, yeah, I'll get you stuff for that. And that's when I was talking to her. And then did you see the follow-up email? Because I said, hey, are we getting paid? And she's like, oh, yeah, I'll get you stuff for that.
Sucker.
And that's when I was talking to her. And then did you see 500? I said, why is that on loop? She's like, oh, yeah, I'll get you stuff for that.
It
That's
should
when I was talking to her. And then did you see 500? I said, well, you can make it sound like a police radio.
Sure digital. Sure digital. It'll take a second. It's my computer. They're trying to.
But I know where I was the day they learned like that. Just fine, only because I would be and I only the only reason I would know that is I was in Las Vegas and I walked into the 7-Eleven or convenience store or something. Dale died!
You should mute all but one.
So we were
Bouncing accident. Drowning.
So we were at lunch and we were supposed to have cake and
So they should all be muted. So.
I got to my parents' house.
His head, right?
Yeah.
Just let's see.
What's up, dude?
Just living the dream. Here comes Sherry.
Oh, my gosh, my girlfriend's here?
Sherry's burying gifts.
Oh, that's loud.
She has her Activia yogurt, so her digestive system will remain regular.
I wish I could get back on track.
I don't know why I see these and I think of you, but I do. But not only did I get you one, I get you one for your girlfriend too.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Are jet cars nighttime?
Yep, they'll run at roughly 6:30 and 9:30.
Hello.
Nice,
No,
okay.
the other one.
That's
Hello,
gonna be awesome.
hello, that one, yeah.
Oreo, I brought you Oreos.
Dude,
You gotta try these. These are the amazing stuff Oreos. So, seriously though, let me know. And then the second question I'm gonna have is, I don't know this.
it's free. Yeah,
You just should plug it in.
Topeka.
Well, but
And
It obviously doesn't work like
thought it was
that.
just a regular Oreo.
No, so you'll need to charge it, and it's Bluetooth.
I'm like,
Okay.
So
Bluetooth
just plug it in for a
probably
while
just-
to charge, probably. Did you just buy it?
Yeah. I tried to do editing without a mouse. Like,
It's a whole new thing.
yeah, no, I was like, this is absurd.
Right, open up your dealer.
Yeah, I tried to edit an audio file without like a clicky mouse. I was like, yes. Oh my gosh.
Now I've gotten to the point with that that it's hard to.
Did go to the other one?
Okay,
So the white one is $79 and the black one is $99. There's no difference except for the color.
The Indy 500 is in my blood.
So go into settings, or you go up here and just type in Bluetooth. You need to turn on your Bluetooth.
Someone told me you like Take 5.
Cheez-Its.
I couldn't find your candy bars, but I found
Oh,
them.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, that looks good.
Down here?
Gina.
That might be better than the candy bar.
Oh, wow. Just lots of Oreos. But I'll leave them over there.
Thank you.
But when you want one.
Oh, I will
They're
have
there.
one. That's
Lights
perfect.
cover much less too. Maybe that's the second version.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Then you can go into settings and click on mouse and change the sensitivity. Like that's not very sensitive.
Okay. Wait, show me how, just in case.
Go into settings right there. Tracking speed.
It's a little bit better, yeah.
Hey, check, check. Damn.
Oh yeah.
I guess just that's how you do it. That's as fast as it goes.
Okay. Cool.
Hi. Yes, we are. Well, I don't think, Carrie, I'm pretty sure that that's not in Gilbert and Sullivan operette, that song. Because today, with the HMS Pentagon, Gilbert and Sullivan premiered in London. But I don't recall that song being in a Gilbert and Sullivan operette. So it's not one.
On this day,
Yes?
the original Star Wars movie opened in 1977. But besides that,
Yeah.
on this day,
Yeah.
we're at Rocky Mountain Raceway, and that's Jesus Built My Hot Rod.
And I don't think this thing has, like, it's not like this thing has a microphone attached to it.
Entirely away.
No, they need you.
Now they're coming slowly back. There we
It's
go.
not your headphones, it's your microphone.
Well,
That's the
it
microphone.
was also my headphones.
You can tell we're on location because
We're working things out. Now my microphone is set fine. Now I need my headphones louder. That's all now they need to be there a little bit more, and then I'm good. Hi. So we're Raceway.
Yeah. Now listen, we have a. Of course, the most exciting.
Mountain Raceway is this lovely woman who I see once a year, whose name I can't remember.
Sherry.
Sherry has brought little things, treats for each of us, and she brought me. She said I couldn't remember. What was it that you couldn't remember, Sherry? Quickly sit down to the microphone there. You couldn't remember what?
If it was cheese nips or cheese its that you liked better.
Well, you guessed right, because it's cheese its.
After much on-air taste testing and discussion
I always knew that was just for the
Oh,
radio.
okay.
I'm a cheese it man, and so she brought me a 12-pack of Cheez-Its, little bags.
They're the different kinds.
Are there different varieties?
Yeah.
Variety pack.
Well, I like variety, and if you can put it in a pack, then it's even better.
What are the varieties?
Well, there's white cheddar and Jack and original.
Okay,
and,
taste test later. We gotta.
Original white cheddar and cheddar Jack.
We gotta. I need to know. I need to know
Well,
if they taste differently at all.
Well, get yourself a variety pack then, buddy. These are mine. And she brought something for Carrie. What'd you bring for Carrie?
For Carrie, I know he likes Take 5 bars. I couldn't find the actual candy bars, so I found a little trail mix thing that was Take 5.
I've never seen that before.
I'll bet it's better than the candy bar. Look at that.
And I've known Carrie way longer than you have, Sherry, and I don't think I knew that Take 5 was his.
I love Take 5
bar.
bars. Yeah.
Well, I guess
You should
must.
you should listen to the show, Bill.
It's got a
96.3. Check it out.
it's got a baby pretzel stuffed right inside of it.
That sounds.
And then what kind of Oreos do you have over there, Sherry?
There's a cinnamon roll, a mega stuff, and firework.
What is mega flavor?
It's just a lot.
Mega
It's not a
stuff.
flavor. It's
What?
just extra stuffing.
Okay, then, smart girl. What's a firework
It's like
flavor?
a Red Hot.
What is a red hot?
Yeah.
No, come on. There
What?
can't be that.
It's got popping candy in it.
It does?
Mm-hmm.
Sherry, you are the best.
Yep.
Rocky Mountain Raceway, that's where we are. Please join us here.
You can have snacks with us.
Yeah.
Brandon,
bring your own.
Brandon in the chat room says Bill can make a Cheez-It salad. Give him a bowl and dress them.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Fireworks
With popping candy.
What does that mean? Because popping isn't a flavor
like
either.
Like those candies you put in your mouth and they sizzle and pop.
Rocks.
You mean Pop Rocks?
Yeah.
Okay. So they probably couldn't say Pop Rocks because that's
trademarked.
trademarked.
Exactly.
Right. We got to trademark the important things in this
Going
world.
generic. Yes.
So Rocky Mountain Raceway, 5600 West, just off the 201 freeway, and I'm sure we have a gigantic stack.
I'm looking at it right now.
I can't
That's
see
a good,
them. Oh yeah, there they are.
5-inch thick stack of tickets.
Tickets for Rocky Mountain Raceway. So come on out here. We've got other stuff to do. And we'll take your check-ins any moment now. 877-602-9696 is the number. We're going to try to do check-ins on location, which is kind of hard sometimes. But we'll see if we can do it. Call us. Let us know what you're doing. Let us know if you can come out to the Raceway. And in 3 words or less, what is the meaning of life?
Whoa.
Heavy.
What is the meaning of life?
Three
in 3 words
words.
or less.
Okay.
All right.
We'll be back after these with the check-ins. First, got to tell you about ranlife.com.
Ranlife is, offering this great deal for civil service. It's a civil service grant is what they're calling it.
Firefighters, police officers.
Right. Now, they're a local mortgage company, so if you work for a fire company or you're a cop or teachers as well, K through 12, they can reduce your closing costs with this special Ranlife Civil Service Grant when you're purchasing or refinancing your home. These civil service grants can be used to pay for costs or reduce your already low rate. Additionally, they have no down payment options, which I thought those were a thing of the past, but Ranlife has figured those out.
Just call and talk to them. You're talking to local people. They live here. They love the community. They want people to get into homes, and they want to help them.
Their number, and they like to talk to you on the phone, 801 4.
Geek Show is celebrating its 10th year as a podcast. So join me and all the Geek Show panelists as we raise a glass and toast more info, go to x96.com. Kapla!
GeekShowPodcast.com. Want music? Listen at 10 for a 1-hour non-stop music wingding on X96.
Whether you need an SUV to take your family out to ice cream or to go off-road and explore, there's an SUV for everyone at Ken Garff Hyundai. Right now, you can save up to $8,000 on the 2017 Santa Fe. Every new vehicle also comes with Hyundai Assurance and American
power to make a difference. So when Smith's Food and Drug decided to make their stores more energy efficient, Rocky Mountain Power worked shoulder to shoulder to install new LED lights, solar panels, and more. Smith's is now saving
From Rocky Mountain Raceway.
Now, I have no way of knowing. Do you have any way of knowing if anyone is calling, Karen?
Carlin says we have at least 2 people.
Oh, crap.
I know.
So we have to continue.
You asked for calls. You said to call. You give out the number, and then you're upset.
Gina,
what?
I want you to remember the shtick we're doing with this.
Oh, are we on?
It's the shtick, you know? The shtick. It's if nobody calls, we don't have to do this anymore. That's the kind of the joke we've been doing.
Got it.
We'll do this even if people don't call.
We're on location at Rocky Mountain Raceway, and I forgot how to do the show.
I'm telling you, it's a lie. We will do check-ins even if nobody calls.
Well, now I honestly believed that if no one called one day that we'd stop doing it.
No. If nobody calls, the morning that no one calls, we will still do check-ins. It might be difficult because no one has called, but
I'm extraordinarily disappointed.
Look at this. It's a variety pack, and it's on the go. Fun on the go.
Well, who's there? Oh, we need to start the show before we do that.
Oh, crap. I forgot. We got to begin the show.
You forgot how to do this, too.
I did. I'm not paying attention. Is it sponsored?
Of course. At Rocky Mountain Power, everything they create is there to power your greatness. So keep going. They're there with you. Learn more at poweringreatness.com.
You checker-inners, hang on the line. I think there's a line open, 877-602-9696. Let's begin the program. The moon is 83.4% of full. The moon will rise today at 4:57 p.m. Today being Friday. It's the 25th day of May in the year of our Lord 2018.
Ding.
And this is North America's most topographical morning show. It's the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the oligarchs of the airwaves, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi, the senior executive producer of the Radio from Hell show, who's wearing an American flag onesie right now. Nothing says patriotism to me like more than an American flag onesie.
I saluted him when he came in.
Don't you take a knee in that onesie.
Yeah, Richard Thomas Stedman. I don't want to see anything being run up the flagpole while you're in that. Also, Dylan Allred is producing video for the show, I think, which you can see at x96.com/live. And back in the studio, we've got Carlin Tallbrother, our Native American board operator, helping out today. Nick, your buddy, Nick, your pal, is there. And on site here, Jarvis is helping us as well. So we've got a full complement of people. There's no excuse for giving a crappy show. No excuse, right?
Regular day, we have lots of excuses.
All right, check-ins.
All right. Who's our first caller there, Carlin?
We have Ollie on line 1.
Ollie? How are you, Ollie? Ollie.
What's going on?
Hey, Ollie, we're here at Rocky Mountain Raceway. It sounds like you're in your car. Why don't you race out here? We'll give you some tickets.
No, I just got, there's an echo.
Okay. All right, Ollie.
Just remove that button, Carlin, and the echo will go away.
Ollie, can you hear us okay now? Ollie?
This is fun.
Yeah.
So we just lost Ollie.
All right, let's
try one more, Colin.
Like I can hear myself.
No. Try one more,
Sorry,
Colin.
Ollie.
All right.
I guess Carlin is gone too now.
He's just left the room.
Carlin?
Can't say as I blame him.
Who's there? I hear somebody there. Hello.
Is someone there?
Are you sure we're doing check-ins? You sure we're going to keep doing...
Carlin?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
We
yeah.
can hear you. God,
Who is this?
Okay, awesome. I'm glad this is working now.
All right. Do we sound okay to you? I mean, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear everything perfectly now.
You know, unfortunately, the rest of the valley can hear this as well.
Yes.
3 words. What's the meaning of life?
42.
42.
I
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, yeah. No, that was beyond me. Sorry. All right, thanks for calling.
All right, thanks.
All right, love you, bye.
Love you a long time.
All right.
Well,
I don't know if anyone else is there.
I don't care.
You sure we should keep doing this?
No, we shouldn't.
All right.
I don't think we should at all.
All right, we got Ogden Shut In, Meaning of Life, Pizza and Beer.
Okay.
That's simple.
Let's see, Emilio from Netflix. He does not have one. Roger with a D checking in. 3 words.
Roger?
Roger.
Roger with a D. wife, kids, granddaughters.
Do you suppose that Roger goes around saying, "Hi, my name is Roger"? That's Roger with a D.
Probably.
And then I would go, "You mean Dodger?"
Let's see. Peace, love, play from bus driver Allison.
Okay.
Let's see.
The Cheez-Its were a bad idea, by the way.
Why?
Because you're going to be crinkly and crunchy all
Gina,
morning long.
no one heard that but you. I did it over here. Everybody heard. No, they did not.
Let's see. Heather, hooray for Friday. Carlin himself. Bears, Beats, and Battlestar Galactica.
Bears, Beats, and Battles. Bears, Beats, and Battles.
Office reference.
Okay. Man,
we're all referencey today.
I'm not getting any of
them. You ask Meaning of Life and people pull out their favorite, pop culture references.
Dock Worker Mike says 3-day weekend.
What's that from?
It's Memorial Weekend.
Is it from 9
to
5?
Weekend.
No, that's from 9 to 5,
yeah.
isn't it?
Let's see. My wife says birth, wine, death.
Birth, wine, death.
I guess I'm in the wine phase of that.
No, Gina, you've passed that.
I passed the wine phase?
You're in the death phase.
I don't want to pass the wine. I never want to pass the wine phase.
Sorry, you're in the death phase. It's long, fortunately. But
Aaron checking in, blood, sweat, and beards.
Okay.
What I'm getting from these check-ins is that we don't have to try hard today.
No.
So.
No, all we have to do is say we're at Rocky Mountain Raceway. That you can come out here and join us, and you can have an Oreo maybe.
I think we're going to get some Mill Creek coffee here.
That's for sure. As far as food goes, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Still up in the air.
Well, the food you come take Bill's Cheez-Its because
Gina, nobody heard it but you. No, they.
Carrie.
I'm in between.
Oh, you're
all this up here. I'm trying to run things. I haven't had a chance to even really pay attention. Although Tasha says all I can hear is Bill eating. So that's.
I haven't even eaten one yet.
Yes, you have.
So
don't lie to people.
You're not. You cannot hear this. I'm telling you. There's no way that you can hear me eating on the air or the crinkle of the Cheez-Its.
Listen, if either of you fight.
I'm
gonna play Weezer's cover of Rosanna from Toto.
I kind of want to hear it.
You know what? Do it on your own time.
That's the threat that I'm holding over here.
That's not a threat for me. I want to hold.
All right, Carlin, if you could get my sexy music ready right after Gina does the traffic, we're gonna do the Gray Whale Entertainment Report. So.
Mr. Traffic Lady, is that what you'd like?
That's what I'm saying. Is Mr. Traffic Lady is on his way. Big Boy News, Opinioendo coming up. Also. Some other stuff. Jimmy Eat World stuff.
The best question of the week.
And best question of the week. And, I don't even know what the best question is.
I don't either.
Neither
Boehner's
do I.
round 1 also coming up.
Crash southbound I-215 west ramp to go eastbound SR-201. That's West Valley off to the left shoulder. But it's the only accident being reported so far this morning. Let's keep it that way. Why don't we? All month long, Performance Toyota Bountiful saluting our U.S. military with a $1,000 discount on any new Toyota for any branch of the military. Offers may be combined.
All right. Big Boy News on the way after these. First, it's Friday, the international release date for all music, so that means new music, movies, games, and records, and more at a locally owned and operated Gray Whale location near you. All right, music. Jonathan Davis, his new one, Black Labyrinth, is out. Chvrches, with the happy-go-lucky title of their new one, Love is Dead.
Wow.
So, Hoobastank's still around. They've got a new one called Push Pull. Xavier Rudd has got his one out today. It's called Storm Boy. Graveyard, their new one called Peace. And Jeremy, I'm going to say the name of his last name wrong. Ingig.
Spell it.
E-N-I-G-K. Return of the Frog Queen. It's a remaster, so you'll be buying that again. On movies and TV, Game Night, which Jimmy quite liked, and I think Sean liked as well. I Killed Giants is available now, so you can go see that. And remasters are out. We got the 4K edition of The Matrix, so if you got a 4K screen and player. Jurassic Park, the original one, 4K. And the remaster of Wild at Heart on Blu-ray. So you like
Is that Melanie? That's Melanie Griffith.
Melanie Griffith, I believe. GrayWhaleSLC.com is the website. Real-time inventory searches. Killer Whale member discount availability. You can use your store credit for purchasing, and they constantly update you on sales and promotions and events. Trade in your old stuff for new stuff. They want your music, movies, games, books, and vinyl. To get cash or store credit toward the purchase of something new, you can join the Killer Whale Club and receive a lifetime discount. Follow them on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram at Gray Whale SLC. That is your Gray Whale Entertainment Reports, X96.
Stay tuned for a 1 hour nonstop music wingding right after Radio from Hell on X96.
Shop Lowe's Memorial Day savings for all the projects popping up on your to-do list. Add a pop of color to your porch or patio with your choice select hanging baskets or planters, 2 for $10.
And it's Klaus
and freshen
Ryan's
up your
birthday
landscape
today.
with new mulch and save, because now you can get 5 bags of premium mulch for
6:33, broadcasting live from Rocky Mountain Raceway.
You know, I bet in the sports report coming up in this news, we'll actually have racing news because Mike Eames is here, and he'll give us race news.
Tell us all about the races this weekend.
I know. Yeah, his ass
Okay.
will have to be in that chair, he says.
All right.
At that time.
Okay.
All right.
Big Boy News, Opinioendo now, brought to you by.
It's the news you trust from the most experienced team in Utah. 2 News. Check out the new KUTV.com.
News.
I've had one bag of Cheez-Its. They're small bags.
So there's 11 left.
Yeah, and now my plan is I'm going to just try one. There are 3 varieties in there, so I'm going to have one of each variety.
Oh, there's an over-under on whether you'll finish the box or not.
No, I would.
He shouldn't have told you that, because now that you know.
Well, I wouldn't have done it anyway. All right, news. So you know what a fan I was of the royal wedding and how I observed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
You
it's
were all
one thing
over
we
it.
have in common, Bill.
I watched.
You made a scrapbook, didn't you?
a digital scrapbook.
Okay,
of course. Because I ran out of those little corner things that you have to lick and put in there. But anyway,
I wondered why you stole all of my Golden Star stickers.
I was out. Anyway, so I pointed out, you'll recall, during my intense watching of the royal wedding, that Victoria Beckham and David Beckham, oh my God, he's handsome. And she looked great too, but she doesn't smile.
He's the only person in the world, I think, that can pull off the neck tattoo.
Yeah.
That you see it on him and you go, yeah, he's still good looking.
But this is a story I'm doing about Victoria, Gina.
Okay.
How I said she didn't. I pointed out, I think I was maybe the only one who noticed that she didn't smile during the royal wedding. Well.
And is it my suspicion that she doesn't want to create smile lines on her face?
She is famed for her moody pout and her smile, apparently, or lack of smiling. Hey,
Can
Victoria.
I be famed for my moody pout?
Yes.
Hi,
I'll help you with that.
I'm Moody Pout. Victoria Beckham's trademark scowl led to outrage on Saturday as she attended the royal wedding. After coming under fire, yes, someone actually shot at her. No. After coming under fire for her straight face, the pop star turned fashion designer has now addressed the issue when she took to Instagram on Friday morning to claim, and I like this actually, okay, maybe I wasn't smiling, but I was smiling on the inside.
Yes, she's always smiling on the inside.
When Prince Harry and Meghan Markle tied the knot, the 44-year-old former Spice Girl. Well, I guess you're never a former Spice Girl. You're always
once a Spice Girl.
You're always a Spice Girl. Yeah. She posed in a 175-pound. That's money, not the weight of sweatshirt from her own collection, with a slogan adorned across the front reading, "It's a dark but happy place." Before insisting she was smiling on the inside, seemingly hinting at the wedding. There she is now. Oh, see, now here's a picture of her wearing this. So 175 pounds is
like
well over $300.
$300.
No, it's well over $300, I believe. Sweatshirt. Sweatshirt.
I bet it's really soft.
No, look at it. Look at it. It's just a gray sweatshirt.
No, but it's really soft.
With not a, and it can't be that soft because the angles of her body would rip through it if it were. Look at
it's just over 200 U.S.
Is it 200?
Yeah.
She is. She's rather angular, isn't she?
She's lovely.
Now, wait a minute.
She is.
Look, Gina, look at this picture though, and tell me she's lovely.
Yes, she's lovely.
No, not in that picture. She looked good at the wedding.
Out of all the Spice Girls, which one is the most popular?
Baby.
I think it's Baby.
People love Baby.
Baby.
There's no scandal with Baby.
Who doesn't love? Is she still alive?
Yes.
There's no scandal.
Then I like Ginger.
Emma Bunton is Baby Spice.
Yes.
See, I even know that. I am so.
And Mel B, being Scary Spice, is aptly named because she's
Frightens
a little
me.
scary.
Yeah. All right.
All right, now, Gina, you were just all over this guy, this 30-year-old kid who wouldn't leave his parents' house, and they finally had to have him evicted.
Yes.
Well, the joke's on you.
On me?
Michael Rotondo's
moving
parents.
into my house?
Michael Rotondo's parents are suing to get him evicted from their home. It's opening up a door for the 30-year-old to get a job. The day after his family court battle made headlines, Mr. Rotondo, the so-called layabout millennial, got a letter from online camera site Cam Soda. In the letter, the company first offered Michael condolences on losing the eviction case and then offered him a paying job in its live stream program. Now, Cam Soda made its name as a site where porn stars do online camming, but fear not, Michael's job would be fully clothed. According to the letter, the program allows people to live stream their candid lives 24/7. He's going to get $1,000 a month for up to 6 months if he accepts to just live stream what he's doing.
Which is nothing.
That's okay with them.
They're paying him $1,000.
So you see, this has worked out for him. Not only have we talked about him, but he's getting money from it.
You know he's a parent.
What?
He has a child.
Okay, that was
Well,
left out
no,
of all the stories.
He's not a parent.
He's not a parent. He has a child.
Okay.
He has a child.
Yeah, who he lost visitation rights to.
Oh, okay.
He's a peach.
Well, he didn't lose the visitation rights. The child actually sued to be let go from him.
I want nothing to do with
Brian
him.
Brandenburg, co-founder of the FanX Salt Lake Comic-Con convention, is stepping down from helping run the event, at least temporarily. This is according to article in the Salt Lake Tribune. Did our friend Sean
I
Means
think
write
Sean
this?
wrote it.
Co-founder Dan Farr said in a statement that Brandenburg feels that leaving will, quote, dispel the negative energy that is taking us away from our greater mission and goals. Dan Farr said he hopes Brian Brandenburg will have returned by September's FanX convention.
So he's just going to go away.
What I was mentioning to you earlier,
Yeah.
Terry.
So that's not really going away then, if he's going to be back in time for the thing.
If it takes me walking away to see something survive, it's my baby, and I would rather see it thrive than to have to go through the trauma that's going on now, Brandenburg said. Authors and others who have taken FanX to task this week say that this shows that the focus is still in the wrong place on the event's success and reputation rather than on correcting missteps.
I'd have to agree.
I mean, again, that statement. He says
saying he's going away
cares,
until September is not.
But let me make this point: as Carrie and I are, of course that's true. But him saying, "I want this to be a success. This has got to be successful. This is my baby. I don't want to see it hurt." He's still not even coming close to addressing what's going on.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't think there's a problem.
In
anything that I've read, his comments have been that he does not think there's a problem. He thinks this has been blown out of proportion. And
Shannon Hale said, the Utah author, best-selling Utah author who came to the forefront in a lot of this, said they, meaning Farr and Brandenburg, they're making this about emotion and putting a Band-Aid on something. I would like this to be about making sure that people are safe and not just about people getting their feelings hurt. Shannon Hale and other authors had contacted Brandenburg and Farr in private for weeks, expressing doubts about the organizers' dedication to stamping out harassment, even as FanX tried to promote a new anti-harassment policy. The same behavior some found offensive and was reported is welcome and expected by many participants of our event in a photo op with a celebrity or their autograph table, Brandenburg wrote. So what he says, listen, fans expect to have the celebrity, put their arm around them or sure.
That's not what this is about.
It's not the same thing again.
It's not what this is about.
I take, and Carrie and Gina, we take photos all the time with listeners who say, oh, can we get a picture? Can we get a picture? Sure. And often the listener will put his or her arm around me, or I will put my arm around the listener. But it's not. This is not what Shannon Hale is talking about either.
About coworkers.
Exactly.
Talking about.
And it's also about how it's done.
Yeah.
Now, if a fan, I don't know. Sometimes people just. To me, it's obvious. Every once in a while, if you go to put your arm around a fan who wants a picture, and you don't even start because it's obvious that that's not what they want. But you have to be able to. You just read the signs, Then occasionally it happens that you can tell somebody just doesn't want you to touch them.
It goes the other way, though. I've been, hey, can I get a picture, and touched in a way that I don't want to be touched. It's happened to me.
Yeah, that's something it has probably not happened to me.
Because you like to be touched.
We were
well, and not in. I don't think I'd like.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Me and the Geek Show guys were taking some group photos at one time. and a girl came up to Jay and put her hand right on.
Really?
On his package?
Yeah. And
Jeez.
everybody just kind of laughed.
No, that's
it
not
off.
funny.
God,
But then
I would jump.
It was afterward Jay expressed to me, he says, "No, that really upset me.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not okay."
I would upset me.
But anyway, back to the story.
Well, that's about it. I was looking for the quotes though. Our friend here's Deborah Jensen. Sean got some quotes from her. Deborah, who is an assistant professor of communications at Utah State University and a frequent panelist at FanX.
Yes, well, and she's on the programming committee with me.
A longtime fan of the Radio from Hell show. She's been a friend of the program for a long time. We've seen her through her studies until she's become Dr. Jensen.
She wouldn't have got there without us.
No, we helped. I know we did. Anyway, she says, what Brandenburg, him stepping back is a good first step. There are some very raw nerves, raw emotions in the community right now. I don't think Brian's presence helped with that healing, she said. His responses are often emotional.
Yes.
And rapid fire.
Yes.
And those are not always the most productive
Exactly.
responses.
Exactly.
So we'll see. And now I haven't heard anything about this damaging the coming event in September. Other than some voice actors have pulled out.
Some guests have pulled out, some authors and voice actors, and
But this may be enough for people to stop pulling out.
we'll see. I'm still waiting.
Good piece of news. How much time do we have here?
About a minute.
Last story.
Yeah.
Salt Lake's and Radio from Hell friend Tan France. I love him. He was on our show. He was great. He will return to season 2 of Queer Eye on June 15th. Netflix has signed the Fab Five, and they are going to Georgia to do more makeovers on season 2.
I told him he needs to do them here.
Bravo, Tan France. Why don't I have him do them out here at the Raceway?
Start with Richie.
Well,
Richie's in his American flag onesie.
I don't. That's not very patriotic of you guys to say he needs a makeover. Look at that. He's representing. Why is he wearing that?
Because he's singing the national anthem out. When are you doing that? Not for a couple weeks. But he's going to sing the national anthem out.
So he's wearing a American flag onesie today?
Well, he's getting ready.
He's method. Sports weather traffic.
Brought to you by all month long, Performance Toyota Bountiful, saluting our U.S. military with a $1,000 discount on any new Toyota for any branch of the military. Offers may be combined. I think sports should just be all about the races this weekend.
Okay, let's talk to Mike Eames, who is the track boss.
Track boss?
Well, hang on, we don't have
it. Somebody turn down your microphone.
This is why we can't have nice things.
There you go.
Mike, what is you are the
general manager.
General manager,
head check signer
of Rocky Mountain Raceway, and have been here for how many years?
Since 2010.
Since 2010, but you have a long sort of
I've been around forever and ever.
An association with the track.
Can I go back? I think Moody Pout would be a fantastic band name.
Yes.
Like a No Doubt cover band.
Yes.
Moody Pout.
Yeah, we're Moody Pout, the No Doubt cover band. Yeah.
Moody Pout.
So, Mike, this is the last season.
It is
for Rocky Mountain Raceway, and that's got to be kind of sad for you.
It is. It's bittersweet, but I fully understand. The reasons why that is, and so we're just doing our best to make the last season great. And
so you're kicking off with races this weekend. Yeah, go ahead.
So we've been racing for a couple of weeks. This week is our first big major event.
Oh, okay. And what is the big major event?
So it's called May Madness, and it's one of the 2 events on our calendar where we actually run the drag strip and the oval track on the same night. And how our facility is constructed with the grandstands that sit back to back. So we basically run some classes on the drag strip and some on the oval, and we actually go back and forth between the 2 venues all night long. So we get everybody their steps in, and they're climbing from one track to the other. But we over on the oval side, figure 8 trailer race, which is one of the funniest things you've ever seen.
It's just amazing. Tell people what the figure 8 trailer is.
It's a tow vehicle with old camp trailer behind it.
There's one out in front of the in the parking lot today.
And you race some figure 8. And the object of the game, obviously, when a figure 8, you have a path that crosses in the middle. The object of the game is obviously to stay out in front for as long as you can, or to destroy as much things as you can possibly destroy. And the inside of the oval, when we get done, looks like an Arkansas trailer park after a G5 tornado, and it takes like 3 days to clean up.
So this must be the final event of the evening.
It is.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah, 'cause we're not going to send out 120-mile-an-hour wing sprint cars afterwards and go, okay, go have fun with that. And then over on the drag strip, nitro funny cars and jets and a whole bunch of stuff, and we just cram a whole bunch of things into the night. Should be a great event.
I remember when I was a kid, it was the Green Monster. Do you remember that? The nitro.
Green Monster.
There was a car called the Green Monster.
I think that was a dream you had.
I'll look it up. There used to be races at the fairgrounds.
Yep.
And that's where you get everybody come out and see the Green Monster. I was really little in that.
You're going to have beautiful weather on Saturdays.
You know what? I sacrificed a goat at the first part of the week, and I'm telling you,
really
that's paying
nice.
off.
It was delicious, by the way.
It was, absolutely.
So we've got a stack of tickets, and that's for this
for Saturday's event. Absolutely.
Okay, so come on out to Rocky Mountain Raceway while we're here till 10 o'clock, and we'll give you tickets for the event that's this weekend.
So the gates open at 1 tomorrow.
Yep, spectator gates open at 1 o'clock, and we're on track at 1 o'clock. We actually race through the day.
Mhm.
There's a nitro qualifying session at 2:30. But those people who don't really like to stay all day, I mean, we recommend opening ceremonies at 6 o'clock. Get out here by like 5. Get in. Get
bring
your
the whole
seats.
family.
Yeah, bring everybody, and apply sunscreen and keep hydrated.
And there's plenty of food and
Absolutely.
beverages and
adult beverages if you choose to partake.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a lot of fun and a lot of races throughout the summer.
Yep.
And then it'll just be the biggest season ever, I'm sure.
Right.
It'll be how many seasons has been here?
This is the 22nd year for Rocky Mountain Raceways.
Amazing.
All right. Mike, we'll talk to you a bit later, too. Thanks for having us out
Absolutely. Thanks for letting me listen.
All right.
It's our pleasure.
Traffic.
Yeah, speaking of cars and whatnot, we've got, northbound I-15 at 66 South. This is a it says medical, so I don't know if that means they've got emergency vehicles on the scene or even a medical helicopter, perhaps, but it is causing the right lanes to be closed in that area. We've got a crash southbound I-215, the ramp to go eastbound SR-201 to West Valley, left shoulder being affected there. And you can text us traffic. Let's see, accident off the right shoulder just after 72nd South. Traffic is slow. That came from a friend of the program via text, 33986.
Well.
Yes?
We got a few minutes here.
Okay.
I could...
Oh, you had an email, didn't you, Bill?
Well, we got that coming up.
Yeah, we got that coming up. We need to...
I've got this.
What? No, don't do it.
What?
Weezer's cover of Rosanna.
I want to hear it. Okay,
why don't you go home and listen to it?
Carrie's offering it to me now.
Well, I'm going to
play the whole thing.
I'm going to have some Cheez-Its then.
Because I like Weezer and I.
Well,
and honestly, I like that song.
Rivers Cuomo played a whole bunch of covers when he showed up in Chicago for a 27-song set last month. Just nothing but covers.
Yeah.
And the internet said, you know what you ought to do is you ought to do Africa. Toto's song Africa.
Yeah.
And he said no.
And he said no, I'll do Rosanna.
Because that's a better song.
But that's not the one we wanted.
If you're comparing, I guess.
That's not the one we
wanted.
wanted.
Give it to me.
All right. Let me turn it up a little bit. I'm sorry.
Nothing will beat an original Cheez-It, you know?
All right.
Terrible.
What? Give it a second.
I have.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you can tell this is the very first time they've ever done it, and it will be the last.
You jumped out that quickly, Gina?
It's not good.
Okay, let's get to not quite a year since she ran away.
No!
Oh, it's
that hurt.
It doesn't. It's not his key.
Not his key. He'd have been better off with Africa. He could hit.
Wait, shh, here we go.
All right.
There's no snapping. There's supposed to be snapping there.
Yeah, I have to say.
That's good. That's great.
Yeah, they did it wrong.
I like Weezer, but that's not.
You know what I'd like to
But
do?
yes, you're doing it wrong.
I'd like to hear Gina's version of it. That's what I'd like to hear. You know,
I was.
As I
That's
said to her off the air, she sings all the time.
Yep.
Now I never sing or almost seldom will you hear me sing because I can't.
No, I can't either.
I know. And
but
you make
I like
that.
to.
Then do it at home.
I know the words to things.
Do your children walk around with their fingers in their ears a lot,
they
or
do
in the
it
car?
Too. They sing too.
Badly?
Everybody's singing.
Badly?
No, they could. The kids could sing. I can't.
Then you're hurting them. If they know how to sing, you're hurting their ears.
But I have the words in me, and they have to get out.
then just do it in the bathroom or something.
Meet you all the way.
Yeah, see?
Rosie.
Is it meet you or me too?
No, meet you. Because it's like, I'm not going to meet you halfway. I'm going to meet you all the way.
No, it's me too.
You don't
all
have
the
to
way.
do anything in this relationship. I am going to do
that doesn't seem healthy.
Yes,
the American flag has sat down.
It's your morning guy, me, Richard T. It's your hits of the 80s, Gina, singing.
I really should be doing that, yeah.
Yeah, you should. And any day you'd like to go do that. Any day. Listen, we can get you out of your contract.
I can go in the other studio.
You know how Carrie and I got you that big raise that time?
Yes.
Well, we can get you out of your contract, too.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Gina sings the hits of the 80s.
All I want to do when I wake up in the morning is have you euthanized.
No, that is not
Oh,
the word.
Gina.
No.
Oh, Gina. All right.
I found the Green Monster, Mike. It was a car, just before you go to break, a car built by Art Arfrons here in Utah, a dragster.
Local guy, huh?
Yeah. They tried to set the world land speed record with it. It was one of the early dragsters, the Green Monster. I remember that from when I was a kid, and I saw it somewhere. And they had a big. They started it up, and a big flame came out of the back of it.
Yeah, and our Fawns also did like tractor pull stuff with
Yep. See there.
Yep.
So there you go. Green
Forever.
Monster.
Yep.
All right.
Racing history.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back. More from Rocky Mountain Raceway coming up after these. Is it the meh question of the week?
It is indeed.
All right, stand by. KXRK Provo. For Memorial.
Gina, KXRK-FM, and HD1, Provo, Ogden, Salt Lake City, 96.3
Standby.
FM, or stream us at x96.com and on our app. Utah's original alternative, X96.
Oh, okay.
That's us.
What?
702.
Oh,
It's
hi.
Best Question of the Week, brought to you by our friends at Prohibition. And we have a $25 gift card for whomever sent in this best question. Fridays are always a roaring good time at Prohibition with live bands and burlesque dancers. Come see what everyone's whispering about. Prohibition, located at Fashion Place Mall in Murray, next to Nordstrom. Lineup and reservations at prohibitionutah.com.
Now, this question was selected by Richie out of a stack. I was hoping he would go with the question that I saw, which was what is a prime number? But I guess he thought that was.
I couldn't help you.
I guess he thought that would be a little too limiting.
Carlin, where's the theme music for Best Question?
Does he know where?
It's under M for best, and then Best Question.
It's under M
for
Best
music.
Question.
M for music.
Okay.
Best Question.
All right.
So, all right, this question comes from Emily House.
All right.
And
House!
And the question is,
there we go.
What do you miss most from the good old days? Perhaps
when it was all that farmland.
I miss farmland.
Previous DJs you've worked with.
Speaking of the microphone,
I am right. I don't know that I could get any more into it. Perhaps previous DJs you've worked with, or favorite features from the past,
radio
or even past studio locations, etc. Emily goes on to say, "I've loved everything, and you guys just keep getting better. I just thought of this because my second favorite radio station has some of the old KJQ DJs here, and it reminds me of the good old days."
Tell me about the good
I don't know.
old days.
I don't know what other radio station that would be.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about.
What? Anyway,
yeah.
Did we have another studio?
Yeah.
Than this?
Yeah.
Than here at the Rocky Mountain Raceway?
Yeah, we haven't been.
I'm not. I don't remember.
I remember the studio in Provo. I quite liked that studio.
You did? It was so dark.
I liked it a lot.
Well, I know why Carrie liked it, because the way the board was set up and where, I liked it too because Carrie would sit in the middle, and there was an array around him of, right there in front was the board, but then there were, CD
Everything
players.
was around me.
That was the same way
I could reach everything.
At AeroPress, it was the same way.
Yeah, same with AeroPress. That's because Mario designed that.
Except it was a little too spread out at AeroPress, I thought, wasn't it?
I could reach everything, but it would take me a little bit of a reach.
Yeah.
The Provo studio, everything was within reach. I didn't have to move. And I could see you all. I could give you direction. Provo studio is nice. But anyway, enough about this.
People that I miss in
stuff.
People that I miss in radio that most of the people I've worked with are jerks.
I miss being in Bessie the Milk Beast and going to concerts and passing out milk. I loved doing that. Cream of Weber, little boxes of milk. You pull up in front of a concert.
Or at halftime at the ballet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love.
Well, I guess they
doing
call
that.
it intermission.
I still just thinking about it, am amused that people were excited about getting a carton of milk.
And sometimes
they
cookies.
were.
Oh yeah. Well, they were excited
Do you have
about
any
it
milk?
because it was delicious. That's why.
It's milk.
Yeah.
Who gets excited about milk? But people did.
Gina, the people who can't afford milk get excited about it.
Is that what it was?
It was always
a bunch of sad poor people that can't
we were
afford
always
milk?
yeah.
No.
I liked. Dylan.
I loved that too as a kid. That's like some of my fondest
He
childhood memories.
He loved handing out the milk to people.
Gina and I. That was back when people thought milk was really good for you and you had to drink it. Or
It is good for you.
It does a body good.
Eh.
It builds strong bodies 12 ways. Milk, it's great.
I miss us. I know it makes no corporate sense, and that imaging is very important. But we used to change the logo about every 2 years.
Yeah,
because we got bored.
And we've had this yellow and green and black swirly thing forever.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of it. And
Yeah.
I've let people know I'm tired of it, but no one cares. They keep reminding me it's corporate. It's, you
branding.
have branding. It's important.
I really miss
Jarvis is wanting to jump in here.
I
for
miss
some
the
reason.
times when we didn't have consultants and researching, and everything is researched to within an inch of its life now.
You like me preferred doing this job when no one was listening.
Yeah.
And now they're listening, and
Well-
we have to be good.
Well, but see, no, we were good, but we assumed we did fun things and exciting things because we assumed not many people were listening, so nobody would care.
Yeah.
So we did whatever we wanted to, and we should still be doing whatever we want to, and in certain aspects or respects we do, but
Jarvis, yes.
So I want to take that little swirl off the outside of it and just have the X, the 9, and
logo.
the 6.
Oh,
on the
okay.
logo.
I'll make it happen.
And just make it a little three-dimensional.
I'm in
Buy some
charge.
time,
Go-
right?
Go ahead.
Carrie's in charge. Carrie signs the
Again,
checks.
if it's up to me, we'd do it. But,
So anybody you miss working with or being around though?
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about it on the air.
Why? Why?
Because they work at other places that don't work with us anymore.
So?
So
I don't know why that would matter.
I miss everybody.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Even him.
What about her?
Chunga, you miss Chunga?
No, not him.
Okay, come on. No, you don't.
I miss Mike. I do. I miss.
No, you miss them. You miss, and we won't go into the detail of who Mike is. Some of you will know. You miss the Mike we used to know.
Well, I'm just gonna.
I miss the Mike who said, "Here's what we'll do for a promotion." It was when Been Caught Stealing, Jane's Addiction was a song we were playing, and it just started. He said, "We're going to do this promotion, and Squatters let us do it. We're going to put some," and I forget what the items were, on tables at Squatters, and you go in and you try to steal it, and you try to steal some stuff off the.
See if you get caught.
And and if they catch you, then you're. But if you get it and bring it, you win a prize.
that Mike was fun. Mr. Get Your 10 songs in an hour, Mike was not.
No.
I miss cousin Brad.
Oh, come on. Do you miss, with the bald head?
Yes, I love cousin Brad. I don't know.
I'm talking about someone else. I'm talking about someone else who used to be our boss.
No, I'm talking about on the air people.
Oh,
I'm talking about.
Oh, on the air people.
It's interesting for me. This July will mark 13 years officially with you guys.
I miss Richie.
Yeah.
I really miss him.
But everyone that I've worked with still works, has gone away and come back. For the most part, I can think of 2 salespeople. Other than that,
it's the same people.
It is the same people. They leave and then they come back to our building, and it's like, oh, you're going to do that now? Oh, all right. It's crazy how that is so. They say either
It's
incestuous
unusual.
or inbred. It's
Unusual.
just you can't make anyone mad because they'll be your boss, or you'll have to do a show with them someday.
I miss our spontaneous promotions that we used to do. We just, on a whim, we'd go, let's give away corn dogs, and we'd have a corn dog weekend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mike misses something.
Mike misses something.
And Mike Ames, who's the general manager here at Rocky Mountain Raceway, he misses something, and he doesn't even work with us.
I really, really, really miss Chuck Heston mini disaster movies.
Damn.
They don't make them anymore.
Yeah, we didn't make those.
Yeah, I mean he's long dead.
I'm trying to bring back the dumpster diving. You guys remember dumpster diving?
Yes,
Yeah, we did was for a terror. It was Surge, wasn't it?
Yep.
They don't even. Do they make that anymore? I don't.
They
think.
bring it back every now and then.
Little niche places.
I don't know if Bill misses the Pepsi plunge.
Well, no, I don't.
The Pepsi plunge, for those, I don't know if Jarvis might know this, but it was an above-ground swimming pool
Big.
that was filled with water, and then the boss would take Lipton iced tea, instant iced tea, and sprinkle it in it, and make the water brown, just to give you the illusion
Was it actual
that
Pepsi?
it's Pepsi.
And I think just to be on, I think they maybe did pour one
He
can of
poured
Pepsi
some
in.
Pepsi in to say, yes, there's Pepsi in there. And then he'd take keys to, it was a motorcycle at the time, because we couldn't do cars. We were such a small operation.
And it was not almost not a motorcycle. It was a
And
little
he'd
tiny
take
thing.
motorcycle keys and throw them into the pool.
Hundreds.
And then you would have to get into the pool and reach around under the water, get a key, get out, and then try to start the motorcycle.
Okay.
It was a terrible idea.
I have a swimming pool in the basement.
No, we're not doing it.
That's why, Gina. That's why we had people lined up around the block about 6 years in a row to do it, because it was a terrible idea. And we also here's my favorite failed promotion, and it sounds like I'm making this up, and I think it was before. I think it was before. I know it was before I knew you, even, Carrie. Early in my days in the early radio, we used to do Miss Hot Tub Ogden. That was God, that was
Bring
awful.
back Miss Hot Tub
No,
Ogden.
no.
Bring it back.
No.
I'll lead the charge.
No.
No?
But here's the best promotion we ever did. I think it was before you and I worked together. It was for a place called Rainbow Tire in Ogden. And the sales guy, Jeff Robinette, got this great idea. Speaking of pools, we'll put this big pool out there, and then we'll get a bunch of trout from the fish hatchery, buy them, and put them in the pool and let kids come and catch fish, have a fishing pond, and really catch fish.
Okay.
And so he did that, and I think he got like 300 or 400 trout. You know, you could buy them pretty cheap, these little trout, and he brought them and they were in a truck, and they backed up the truck and poured them into the pool, and they all immediately died. I'm not kidding you. About 300 fish, belly up in this, and there were people.
Was the water too hot or something?
I don't know, but there were people lined up to do it, and you know what? They didn't care. They came and they got their fish and they put them in this. This is Ogden,
That's
Gina.
Ogden.
They came and they got their fish and put them in baggies and took them home.
All right.
They just.
Okay, hit the music, Carlin. That's good enough. Or actually play the traffic theme, because it's traffic, and then we'll get going here.
Yeah, and I need you guys to send me traffic, because
There's one
is there one in
texting,
there?
yes.
Let's see here. There's a rolled over tractor trailer eastbound on ramp on the 201. Thank you for that. We've got northbound I-15 at 66 South. The right lanes are closed there. And that's about it. Although it's Memorial Weekend, so you keep hearing about how traffic is going to be bad. Later this afternoon will be really bad, probably. But for right now, things look pretty good. If you see something, text it to us, 33986. Lucky's Auto Credit, where $77 on a job gets you a car. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Ogden. For program details or to apply online, visit luckysautocredit.com.
All right, we've got Boehner's Round 1 coming up, but in the meantime, join us here at Rocky Mountain Raceway, and you can get free tickets for the races this weekend. Come on out. We're at 5600 West, just off the 201 freeway. Easy to find, Rocky Mountain Raceway. Free tickets. We still got a huge stack of them.
Big stack, yes.
Here are your Boehner candidates. Boehner candidate number 1, just take a little off the top. Boehner candidate number 2, you say you are not dicks, but maybe you are. And Boehner candidate number 3, I want to be a godless alien.
All right, Boehner's Big Boy News, all coming up after these. X96. Friday. It's 7:21. Broadcasting live from Rocky Mountain Raceway. They got their big May Madness event happening tomorrow, and we've got tickets if you just come out and ask for them. Easy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's all I have to do is ask.
Yeah.
But I didn't say please. Remember your manners.
I bet if you went up to Richie and just went 2.
No,
you'd do it.
Don't
you
do
know,
that.
That's not even asking. That's just 2.
By the way, Richie isn't here. You'll have to ask the American flag for tickets.
They call me Old Glory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had one guy who came in. He didn't even say anything. He just went like this.
Call him Old Glory.
Just
Hole.
gave
He held up 2
through the
fingers
through the deuces. And that's all he wanted was a couple tickets.
He threw the deuces.
All right.
Ah, man, you are hip.
Listen, Old Glory doesn't mess around.
Thank you, Old Glory Hole. All right.
Oh!
1, 2, or 3. Remember your boner candidate numbers. It is time now for round 1. A boner of the day. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote who is the worst. Of these 3 candidates, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that 50-50 chance of becoming boner of the day? Yeah, you heard it right. If it wins here, that doesn't mean it's boner of the day. I know for years you felt that, but things have changed. I've changed. You've changed. You've changed.
I think you should have let them down a little easier than that.
Yeah, if they win here, they have to still. The battle continues. They'll have to beat the winner of round 2's boner voting. That happens at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. Then we take the 2 winners of the rounds and throw them into Boner Dome for Boner Fight. And that's when Boner of the Day is decided at 9:20 today. So, 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner T-shirt, courtesy of Excel Automotive Repair. It's our official auto mechanics. 33rd South, 3rd East. Bless you, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you. Sorry.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Hey, just take a little bit off the top. Niles, Illinois. A man who drove his vehicle through the window of a seafood market in Niles wasn't going to let that interfere with his plans to get a haircut.
It's hard to get
He
in.
was as calm as could be getting his haircut, said June Saracino, owner of Hair Designs Unlimited in Niles.
They're the best.
In Niles, they are the best.
If you miss your appointment, it'd take you weeks to get in again.
They can do anything. They're unlimited.
The 80-year-old Skokie man had driven his silver 4-door vehicle into the front window of Captain Alex's Seafood.
Thank you, Captain.
Hey, we've got fresh halibut today. He then got out of the vehicle and walked several doors down to his hair appointment. Photos taken at the scene show a vehicle lodged in the store's front window in a strip mall located between Oak and Elizabeth Avenues. We believe he mistook the gas pedal for the brake, jumped over the curb, and drove into the building, breaking the window and door. No structural damage was caused to the building. No injuries reported, although several halibut were flattened. When the police came and asked if an older man had walked by, I said no, not knowing that a client, an older man who had been in the salon before, was sitting here having his hair cut, Ms. Saracino said. After the barber had finished cutting the client's hair, the man said, "Oh, well, yeah, that's my car. Yes, I did crash it in to Alex's Seafood restaurant or store." Paramedics checked out the man, determined that he had an elevated blood sugar level. So they think, and if you
not alcohol, blood sugar.
So if you are 80 years old, well, it can happen to people, young people too. If you get a really high rush of blood sugar, it can make you woozy.
It's the Twinkie defense.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah. And but in this case, apparently it was true. Caused him to kind of black out, and he crashed his car. But he went and got his hair cut anyway. Boner candidate number 1. Just take a little bit off the top.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 2. You say you are not dicks, but, maybe you are. A North Myrtle Beach pawn shop's sign about AR-15 assault-style rifles has sparked a conversation and an argument on social media. Their sign reads, "We sell AR-15 because we are not dicks."
What?
Barbara Davey, a manager at Crossroads Pawn and Audio, said the sign was a simple marketing idea, because they're not Dick's Sporting Goods,
who are not selling AR-15s.
So most people in that town, Gina, got the joke, but apparently you didn't, because everybody started talking about it on social media. Several people chimed in. with their thoughts on the sign. Some were critical of the sign's message. It's disgusting, and those owners are money hungry, someone said. Besides being crass, it's completely tone deaf considering its proximity to the high school and the timing of the latest school shooting massacre. I feel bad for the students who have to drive by that every day, one said. Many others supported the shop. I love it. It's funny, and it gets the point across. But Crossroads Pawn and Audio, about a half mile from a high school in Myrtle Beach. Probably pretty tone deaf, I would say.
Yeah.
Pretty dickish, if you really
Yeah.
want to say it.
Yeah.
You say you're not dicks, but maybe you are. Boehner candidate number 2.
All right.
Coming up in a moment, Boehner candidate number 3. This may be one of the strangest Boehner candidates I've ever presented.
Really?
I want to be a godless alien.
Okay. Boehner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
When life feels like it's crashing down on you from above, Lifetime Roofing is here to offer you peace of mind. In that home of yours, you and your family have your own personal fortress of reassurance. Roofs at Lifetime Roofing are simply better than everyone else's, period.
You know,
Yes.
Gina, you remember the good old days of passing out milk.
Yes.
From the Milk Beast. Oh,
Yes.
here, and my mug that I have today.
Carrie Jackson gave you that.
I have
that's Dead Man's Mug is what that is.
I have the X9 or the KJQ cow on this mug, and that was Bessie the Milk Beast. I was also remembering the milk. It was Cream of Weber.
Yes.
And I came up with that slogan that we used for years and years. If it's not Cream of Weber,
Spit it
out. And then for some reason they thought, well, we'll go another way, and left us because that's what they all do.
They do.
But at any rate,
Sure, they love
Bill's
us
not
for a
bitter.
while.
But
And
at
then
any
suddenly
rate-
they look at you and they go, "You've changed."
Yeah.
And then it's all over.
I don't get it, really.
Yeah.
I don't get it. We were always successful for them. We always sold product for them. Their name was out there. People used to say, if it's not Cream of Weber, spit
It's
it
a
out.
great slogan.
And then they just decided at some point, no, we're not gonna do that anymore. See ya. I don't. Anyway, I thought of that because of this.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe someday we'll be passing out soy milk, maybe almond milk, or maybe how about cockroach milk?
No.
Unless there are little.
They have these
milkers?
little tiny stools and little tiny buckets.
It's
Did you
not-
milk me?
Because cockroaches
Right?
have the tiniest little teats.
I just don't think the word milk applies here.
Experts say that a rare milk crystal produced by cockroaches contains human health benefits, and the finding is catching a lot of attention from superfood enthusiasts. You won't find the rare crystals inside your average house pest because they're only produced by the specific beetle cockroach. So don't be thinking you're just going to go catch a cockroach at home and get this crystallized milk out of them. No.
Because people will do that.
This cockroach milk boasts 4 times as much protein as cow's milk and is packed with essential amino acids. That may be enough reason for health nuts to make the dairy switch when dipping their cookies in cockroach milk. Now, the suspect in the, well, I don't know if do we have to still call him a suspect when he's confessed to the murder?
I guess technically you do.
Salt Lake City detectives have booked the man accused of killing 15-year-old Bailey Bagshaw into the Salt Lake County Metro Jail. Sean French, arrested in Colorado earlier in May, 2 days after this young 15-year-old girl was murdered, beaten. Salt Lake police detectives said Mr. French has confessed to murdering Bailey. And detectives traveled to Colorado and brought him back to Utah. The booking follows over 250 hours spent researching the Uinta County landfill near Evanston that produced some evidence related to the case. I'm guessing the alleged killer stopped and discarded some things or something like that. And according to a probable cause statement released by police, Mr. French and an unnamed 21-year-old moved into the house that Bagshaw was living in, the 15-year-old girl. The unnamed 21-year-old told police that he witnessed illicit sexual activity between Mr. French and Bagshaw, illicit because she was underage, while they were living in that home. Yeah. So, let's see. Oh, and then, so Donald Trump has pulled us out of the North Korea summit meeting with Kim Jong-un. He sent him a letter that says, I'm sorry this didn't work out, but if you have a change of heart, call me.
No, I'm breaking up with you.
Call me. It's send me a letter or call. It really does. It says send me a letter or call me if you have any further ideas on this. I'm still willing to listen.
He didn't want to be dumped, so he dumped first.
Yeah, I mean, that's the speculation that he felt as though Kim Jong Un is gonna pull out of the deal. So I'm gonna do it first. And yet they're all still talking about trying to have a summit. It's just bizarre. Anything that he tries to do, it has to be bizarre.
Well, the letter came as a complete surprise to everybody that was there. They were there for the alleged destruction of their nuclear facility, something that has caved in on itself about a month and a half ago.
No, we decided it. No,
but they just made some explosions to make it look like it was.
So you had tons of foreign press. You had the South Korean people there.
This is in North Korea.
Yeah, in North Korea. Everybody was there, and suddenly this letter shows up.
Well,
and everyone's like, what? Nobody saw it coming.
Nobody. Yeah. It's just this chaotic. Everybody has a different idea, and nothing's coordinated. So I don't know. There was but it is funny. At the end of the letter, he says, "Call me if you have any other ideas. I'm still open. Call me. You can call me." There was a bombing at an Indian restaurant in Ontario, Michigan, Ontario. 2 people bombed an Indian restaurant outside Toronto on Thursday night. 15 people, 4 of them critically injured. The blast happened around 10:30 p.m. at the Bombay Bell restaurant in Michigan, Ontario, a sprawling suburban city west of Toronto. The bombing comes about a month after the driver of a van plowed into pedestrians in Toronto, killing 10 people and injuring 14 more. The suspect in that attack intentionally struck the victims, and this bombing, of course, is some sort of a political act. They're not clear completely on what it all is at this point, but it used to be we think that Canada was fairly insular from this kind of thing, and now it seems it seems to be happening more.
The internet radicalization is everywhere.
Harvey Weinstein in handcuffs. That's something we've been waiting.
A frog
to
walk.
see.
We got to see it.
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein. He surrendered to New York authorities this morning, and they did handcuff him, and then they did the perp walk with him.
Yay!
Past the press.
My favorite tweet this morning was from Anthony Bourdain. Did you see that?
No.
It's the menu of what's being served in the prison system this week. And it just says #Harvey Weinstein, and it's just they're having green beans and
because that information's available.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
But it's just funny because it's food.
Yeah.
So it's Anthony Bourdain, and it's
funny.
just the menu of here's what Harvey has to be looking forward to.
And because is he married to or just dating Asia Argento?
They're just dating.
They're just dating because
she's one of the
not Harvey Weinstein,
no,
Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah. She had a great speech at the Cannes Film Festival. If you see it, I think it was closing night. Great speech.
The hosts, I feel bad for these guys. The hosts of The Chew, that television show.
Now, which ones were they?
So that's a show that Mario Batali was on.
Which is why.
Clinton Kelly, Carla Hall, and Michael Simon. And I've seen The Chew a few times, and it was a fairly entertaining show where they cooked with celebrities. And
was Clinton on a fashion TV
Yeah, he was
show?
on What Not to Wear.
Oh, What Not to Wear with what's her name? Yeah, okay.
With Stacy, with the big
Stacey,
nostrils.
Yeah, I like her.
She had giant nostrils.
Anyway, she was pretty, but
I did, but she just kind of had big nostrils. I thought she was kind of good looking, but the hosts of The Chew bid an emotional farewell. This isn't fair to them. It was announced that that their show is getting axed after 7 seasons. Its time slot will be taken over by a third hour of Good Morning America. ABC says episodes of The Chew will continue to air until September. The cancellation comes months now after Mario Batali, the show's biggest star, probably, was fired in December in wake of allegations of sexual misconduct. Hosts Clinton Kelly, Michael Simon, and Carla Hall opened Thursday's show by addressing the issue head-on. Clinton told the audience, "It's an interesting day here at The Chew because most of you might have read, some of you might not, but The Chew has not been picked up for an 8th season. This is our last. We're sad. We'll miss the show. We enjoyed doing it very much." And I think it was doing fairly well in the ratings. Yeah. They just canceled it because they thought it had the stink of Mario on it.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
don't
find
think
another celebrity chef to be.
Or yeah,
you need a celebrity chef on that show.
And I'm sure they could, but they, I don't know. They should give them a chance to do it. But the stink of Mario is,
I guess,
weather,
traffic.
Oh, yeah, beautiful weather. Actually, kind of hot today. We could get up to 90. Tomorrow for the races out here at Rocky Mountain Raceway, beautiful weather. Not quite as hot as today, and just sunny and just lovely. So make sure you come by and get some tickets from us this morning so you can come see that tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the May Madness event.
And traffic, thanks for friends of the program sending me this traffic. Dead deer northbound in the middle of the right lane, Highway 89 by Fruit Heights. I watched a truck hit it again. This is upsetting. I can't imagine. Rolled over tractor trailer eastbound, the on-ramp on the 201. Those sent in via text 33986. You know that guy texting and driving in the car next to you? They're not texting me, because if you're texting me traffic, you're pulling over and you're in a safe place, and then you text me. But that guy while you're driving, well, he's going to get in an accident. Don't be that guy. Just a friendly suggestion from your friends at Everest Collision. How was Everest Collision yesterday, Bill?
It was great. We had a great time. 11 to 1 we were there, and just a lot of people came by, had hot dogs, and they were bratwurst, man. They weren't just hot dogs.
Nice.
Yeah, it was great.
It's a grand reopening of Everest Collision.
All right, here's Boehner candidate number 3. I want to be a godless alien. Go to x96.com and look at the Boehner candidates, because I'm sure there's a picture of this guy here. And I looked to see if this was on a fake news website, and it's in the New York Post, so we're going to assume that it's true. A makeup artist wants to have his genitals removed to achieve his dream of looking like an alien.
How do we know what aliens look like?
But
they might have extra genitals.
Not from this planet, they don't, apparently. There are all kinds of aliens. Gina, you just have to, you get in your mind, there are all kinds of...
We have a rainbow
There's
of
a
aliens?
rainbow. That's exactly what I was going to say, a rainbow of aliens.
Gina, you wouldn't know a Klingon from a Vulcan.
But plastic surgeons say this may be impossible. L.A.-based Vinny O, who is 23, has already spent $60,000 transforming himself into a genderless alien. There's his picture, Gina. See on that?
Oh, yeah, that's an alien.
So what's he going for? A gray kind of thing?
Is he getting his eyes made bigger? Is he?
Yeah, he's done all kinds of stuff. The surgery he wants next is his most extreme, getting his genitals removed entirely, because he wants to be neither male nor female. He's now been told by plastic surgeons that,
you have to have something.
There's got to be a way for you to eliminate.
A Barbie doll.
Renowned plastic surgeon Dr. Simone, who runs a practice in Beverly Hills, says such a procedure is highly controversial.
You think?
Yeah. And doctors are unsure what the effect of the removal would have on his body's biochemistry. He said, "The experimental nature of the procedure means it's highly risky, and it could also impact on basic bodily functions. On Vinny's ability to urinate."
Yeah, where do you...
I don't know, I guess you could have a little tube or something, just like with a cap on it. I don't know.
No doctor should agree to do this.
But so far none have.
Okay.
But my guess is...
Well, he'll find somebody.
Someone will.
There'll be somebody.
Boehner candidate number 3, I want to be a godless alien.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boehner candidate number 1, just take a little bit off the top, huh? It's an 80-year-old man who crashed his car into Alex's Fish Market, Captain Alex's Fish Market.
Damn it.
That was horrible. There was a salmon that was just butchered. Or filleted?
Filleted a better.
Anyway, he crashes his car into the fish market and then calmly walks down the street to get a haircut. Boehner candidate number 2, well, you can say you are not dicks, but maybe you are. A pawn shop in Myrtle Beach had a sign about AR-15s that says, "We sell AR-15s because we're not dicks." This is really tone deaf, particularly in the wake of the last school shooting and the fact that this pawn shop is close to a high school. And Boehner candidate number 3, I want to be a godless alien.
All right, it's time to vote for round 1 of your Boehner voting. What you've got to do is you've got to decide. Oh, there's the Star Wars that Carl. You've got to decide which one of these 3 candidates is the worst, which one deserves to move forward and get that 50-50 chance of becoming Boehner of the day. All right, so if it wins here, it's got to beat the winner of round 2. We do another round at 8:20 with 3 different Boehner candidates. Then we take the 2 winners of each round and throw them into the Boehner Dome for Boehner Fight at 9:20 for Boehner of the day. So pick your contender right now for round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put it in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. You can call 877-602-9696. The producer's booth will take your vote. I think Nick's in there. Or you can go to x96.com and look for the box. This is Boehner Voting May 25 and vote there. All right, here you go. You've got until the end of these messages to vote for round 1, X96. 7 right now. Time to award round 1 of your Boehner voting.
And round 1 of the Boehner voting is brought to you in part by Baked Tofu.
Do I have Oreo in my teeth? I just had
I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to go figure that out yourself.
And Haster Games, they have the best selection of the latest board games, Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. I will totally not get this name right. Mordecane's Tome of Foe?
That's good. That's close enough.
Limited edition now available, located at 6831 South State and online at hastergames.com.
No, you don't. No. So we had Boehner candidate number 1. I just say, excuse me, just take a little off the top. The 80-year-old guy who crashed his car into Captain Alex's Fish Market and then walked down the street calmly and got a haircut. Boehner candidate number 2, you say you are not dicks, but maybe you are. A pawn shop with a sign in the window that says, we sell AR-15s because we're not dicks, meaning they're not Dick's Sporting Goods. Ha 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 ha. But people think it's insensitive, and I would tend to agree. It's very close to a high school, and there have been too many shootings. And Gina just said there was some kind of an active shooter
at a middle
somewhere.
school in Indiana, right?
Right now.
Just happening.
We don't really have any details, but we'll find out. And then Boehner candidate number 3, I just want to be a godless alien. It's a guy who would like his genitals removed. He's undergone other plastic surgeries so that he can look like an alien. That's his dream, to look like an alien. Let's see here. Oh, I've got the results right here. The Boehner T-shirt was won by Greg. Greg. And the winner, it was close between number 2 and number 3, the AR-15 or the Godless Alien, but winning by just, 4 votes, 3 votes. Boehner candidate number 2, you say you are not dicks, but maybe you are.
Mm-hmm. All right, there you go. The winner of round 1. It is not Boehner of the day. It has to defeat the winner of round 2's Boehner voting. Yes, 3 more candidates and more voting at 8:20. When that winner is decided, we'll throw them into the Boehner Dome. Boehner fight happens at 9:20. That's when Boehner of the day is decided, and then we'll get to Boehner of the week.
What?
Holy
mackerel.
I know, right?
Had a steady stream of people coming in here at Rocky Mountain Raceway, 6555 West, 21st South. It's just off the 201. They're picking up tickets for the May Madness event happening out here at Rocky Mountain Raceway tomorrow.
Still got lots of tickets, though.
Yes.
We're going to have Mill Creek Coffee here any minute now. You can get a little coffee while you're here.
We're at 6555 West, 2100 South, West Valley, just off the 201. If you take the 5600 South exit down here and then come up
5600 West.
5600 West exit and then come up the frontage road and you'll find us.
So we were thinking of doing a little hello, yeah, what here, and maybe we can get that going. The phone number is 877-602-9696. Anything you want to talk about or ask us, you can during hello, yeah, what. We don't restrict it at all. But I thought this might be a conversation starter for hello, yeah, what, because it's kind of a question or an observation about the show.
Okay.
This is from Lauren. She says, hi.
Hi.
Carrie?
Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
How are you?
I just want to start off.
Okay.
I just want to start off by saying how much I love the show and how I enjoy starting my day with you 3. Also, I don't want to come across as rude or anything like that. This is just an observation. On today's show, Carrie and Bill both made the same joke about there being a challenge coin with a dictator and Kim Jong-un on it.
Yes.
Which made me laugh. Carrie apologized for making the same joke that Bill was going to make. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember, yeah. So we sort of almost did it at exactly the same time. I've noticed over my fairly short time of listening, and welcome, Lauren. We're glad to have you here. Short time of listening to the show, that Bill gets mad when Gina interrupts or asks a question or something in the middle of what he's saying. So I can't help but wonder, if Gina said the same joke as Bill, wouldn't he possibly get mad instead of just brush it off like he did with Carrie?
Yes.
Well, there is 2 critical differences, Lauren. First of all, the first critical difference is Carrie didn't interrupt me and say the punchline ahead of me and thereby kill my joke. We happened to say it at the same time. or almost identically at the same time. And I just went, oh, that's okay. And so that's one critical difference. The other critical difference is if Gina had done the same thing that Carrie did, I would have gotten mad because it's Gina.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's the other critical difference. So I can't help but wonder if Gina, so wouldn't she? Oh, anyway. And this could just be your different relationships with each other and how you all interact with one another differently. Now, again, remember, Lauren's a fairly new listener.
Okay.
But she says, now, again, I don't mean to be rude or accusing or anything, but I also happen to think that maybe Bill is just putting on a front or acting when he gets mad at Gina all that time. I think that maybe you two probably get along when you're not on the radio. Now, again, this is just an observation. I'm curious of what you three thought.
Well,
thanks again. Letting me listen. Love the show, Lauren.
I think that it's time to come clean, and I think you two need to tell everyone the truth, which
Okay.
is that you've been married for over 10 years.
Yep.
Joe does not exist.
Nope.
Neither does Mrs. Bill.
Nope.
They're just actors that have been brought in.
I feel so much better that we've gotten this out in the public.
And we wanted to call the show Married with Microphones, but I objected.
Because
well, it's exclusionary to
we'd
you.
have to have his wife here too, and that would just be chaos. So
No,
yeah.
you want to know the truth? Both of those things are right. When Bill gets mad at me on the air, he's genuinely mad at me.
I guess I am, but
you
not
are.
really.
No, but you are.
But not
In
really.
the moment, you're mad.
Yeah, I guess.
Now, do we get along off the air? Yes, we do. But when you get mad on the air at me, you are mad. You're not putting that
Yeah,
on.
but it's fun mad. But it's fun mad.
Fun for who?
Well, I think it's fun for Gina too because. So now this is okay, Lauren. This is true. Now, and feel free to weigh in 877-602-9696 because this is Hello Yeah What. This is my observation about it. It's fun for Gina too, and I know it's fun for her because I've gotten her to admit, and she'll admit right now, she knows exactly what will make me mad.
Of course.
And does it on purpose.
Of course. Because I think it's funny when
It
you
makes
get
Carrie
mad.
uncomfortable when.
I think it's funny when you get. I like poking the bear.
I know you do, and it makes it's fun for me too.
I get very defensive for Gina. It's my big brother instinct to come swooping
Which
in
I appreciate
and
that,
protect her,
too.
and I do that whether it's the chat room or texts or whatever. I jump
Gary
in.
will tell me sometimes things that are happening in the chat room, and he'll get mad, and I'll say it's okay, but you do it, and you are defensive anyway.
He never defends me when they said crappy things about me in the chat room.
It's because they're true, Bill.
That's because he knows I can handle it.
It's
Who
interesting.
said you could be in the show?
It's interesting to me. So I'll meet people, friends of the program, who are like, they are so mean to Gina. I can't believe it. I'm so upset about this whole thing. And I will tell them, listen to the Radio from Hell show as if Gina is the puppeteer.
She's the star.
As if she's the star, as if she's the
Why do
smartest
you
person.
tell people that?
If she's the smartest person in the room, and the show becomes completely different.
Well, don't
it's a
say
completely different dynamic.
Richie, don't say as she's the smartest person in the room because nobody will buy that.
And we're coming clean here on this show. It's our last show, and that's why we're.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We're
Good
coming
night.
clean.
Been
and-
here for
But no, I've now see on conversely. I mean, I never get. Nobody would ever say to me, "You're so mean to Gina."
Yes,
I
they-
can't stand. Would you stop it? God, you both. Let me finish my thought. Nobody would say that to me and say, "You're so mean to Gina. You should cut it out." People say to me, "I love it when you're mean to Gina." They do. I mean, they say, "I love it. It's so funny when you get mad and yell. I love that part of the show. Keep it up." So that's the. And see, that's why I get mad, because you think you know what I'm going to say, Richie, and you think you know what I'm going to say, Gina.
We know what you're going to say. 877-602-9696 if you want to hello, yeah, what?
We can try Hello Yeah What after these. All right, let's try some traffic.
Oh, okay. We can do that.
Or no, you don't have to.
You know,
it's up to you.
It's funny because this is one of those pre-holiday traffic things where they're like, it's going to be terrible. But I think what's happened is everyone's leaving later, so nobody's out driving.
I think they're already
right now.
gone.
Or Or they left Thursday Thursday morning.
yeah,
I saw a lot of boats on the road Thursday morning.
So so far right now, I'm not seeing much happening. If you see something, you can text it to us 33986.
All right.
Here's the music.
Just in time.
So there must be some more traffic.
We're done.
All right. We'll be back with more Hello Yeah What's after these 877-602-9696. It is X96. For Memorial Day weekend, X96 is giving you the Pioneers of received a text from Carlin as to whether the phones are engaged or not.
Is hello, yeah, what? Is it happening?
I don't know if it is.
Carlin, can you communicate with us either verbally would be the best way.
If visually we're not going to see it.
Flare?
No, if he sent a text.
Oh.
Carrie said a text.
Yeah. He didn't.
So no. So we're.
I guess we're.
Carlin, no.
So there are 2 calls.
Oh,
see how well it works when you speak to us.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's go just to whoever is number 1.
Okay. Line. Well, it's gonna be line 2 with Aaron.
Aaron. Hi, Aaron.
Aaron, how are you? Aaron.
I'm good. Good morning, guys. How are you?
Say it again.
Oh, I said I'm good. How are you guys?
We're well.
We're fine.
Aaron, why have you called us during this feature we call Hello, Yeah, What?
So the other day, some guy called in and was making fun of Carrie, and he was not making any sense.
Right. He did
but
it twice.
It was entertaining to listen to the banter. So I was thinking you guys should do a segment where you read mean tweets.
That's kind of. Is it
Jimmy Kimmel does
Kimmel
that.
Yeah.
Read mean tweets.
It sounds like Bill might be reading mean tweets that he wrote about Gina.
Yeah,
that's just the show. That's just.
I guess it would be I guess possible for somebody to go through and collect those out of the chat room or something. Usually they go by so fast we don't see most of them, but I mean I wouldn't mind sharing them with you. Thanks for calling us. Okay. Bye.
Phone features are always great on
877-602-9696. That's the number to call and ask us a question if you like. Carlin, you said there was another call.
Right, it's Terrence on line 1.
Hi, Terrence.
Is this my gay son, Terrence?
Is it?
Oh, yes, it is your gay son, Terrence. Gina, how are you?
There we go.
It's my adopted gay son, Terrence.
Terrence, why have you
happy to hear that.
Why have you made this gay call to us?
So I probably need to apologize potentially to Richie and the entire X96 listening people.
Okay.
So this happened about a year ago where Richie, so I was checking my email, right? And Richie happened to send me an email saying that I won some tickets to a contest of something that I don't remember applying to, that I don't remember actually sending up. And but Richie told me that I had them and just to pick them up by the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even remember what they were for. But anyway, he kept conversing back and forth with me, and you guys probably already know that I'm working 60-plus work hours and work 2 jobs and doing an MBA, so my life is pretty busy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I kept telling myself I was going to pick it up, but never actually did. And a year later, every single time I listen to you guys, I always have that little guilt feeling over. I'm like, I never picked up those tickets. I feel horrible.
You know, and Terrence, we were trying to remember who it was that did that. We're trying to figure it out. Now that we know it's you.
Yeah, because you're the only one who has never picked up their prize.
So now that we've got that,
felt horrible.
Now that we've got that nailed down, and we know that you are the only person who has never picked up a prize, I don't know what to do other than say you can't listen to the show anymore.
Are you gonna block him?
I'm sorry.
Aw.
No,
Don't be
Terrence
so
is an honorable man. He will just stop listening.
It'll be an honor blocking.
It's an honor blocking. We honor block people.
Hey, Terrence,
Is this
Jarvis.
indefinitely, or is this like a certain period of time, like a timeout?
Well, that's to be determined. Our promotions director, who handles the prizes, would like to pile on, Terrence. Yes, Jarvis.
Terrence, coordinate with Richie and send your information to him. I will send you a pity prize.
Oh, a pity prize.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Terrence.
Anyway,
Terrence.
thanks for letting me listen, you guys.
Terrence, go and sin no more. You don't need
You're
to feel
absolved.
guilty. You don't need to feel guilty. Lots of people don't pick stuff
Now,
up.
and thank you, Terrence. We'll see it. Now, speaking of prizes.
Yes.
When are we going to debut our special prize package?
The one that we were talking about earlier this morning?
Yeah, don't say the name of it.
When does
No,
that
no,
start?
not that one. Not that one. That's the
Well,
that's
maybe
container.
I'm confused then.
our
Oh,
special
no,
prize.
no date set yet.
No date set.
No date set yet.
Because we have a special prize package.
Yeah,
that is
but you know
being
we'll
prepared.
forget to give them away. I'm sure because we always forget to give stuff away, right, Gina?
Right, Richie,
Right,
who
Gina?
hasn't given me the information
World.
yet.
Yeah, you know, we're going to do it at the end of this segment so it doesn't get clouded.
Okay. All right.
and so that I can find the information to do the other part of it that I need.
Okay.
Carrie, to answer your question, probably after Father's Day.
Okay, you've got about 2 minutes to get that stuff together then. Do we have another call, Carlin, or?
Yes, we have several. We have Rhett on line 3.
Rhett?
Rhett.
Good morning, Rhett.
Hello, Rhett.
Hello, yeah, what?
Oh, we found it.
Good morning. Hi, guys.
Rhett. Hi.
Hi, Rhett.
Go ahead.
This is your former coworker from years ago.
Oh, no, I know why Rhett's going to call.
The very handsome, the divinely handsome Rhett.
Rhett's going to be upset
What?
that we didn't mention him in our People We Missed from the Good Old Days segment. Isn't that it?
No, that's not why I'm calling at all. Although I did used to buy headphones for Gina to wear each day.
Really?
I would buy the nice set of headphones, and then Gina would just borrow them each day. I remember that.
Oh, your nice headphones. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, why did you
Anyway,
call?
that's not why I'm calling. No, I must have missed that segment. So, no, that's not it.
Yeah, we forgot you
I'm
entirely.
calling because Carrie, I have a beef with you and the 50-50 chance, and saying that every day for the boners.
Don't you understand?
It's just.
Go
it's
ahead.
just incorrect.
Go ahead.
A math question.
Go ahead.
Well, how is it incorrect, Rhett?
Yeah,
explain it.
Okay.
Why don't you math-splain it to me?
Just the other day, for example, when the author, for example, you were saying, well, maybe this one has a 60-40 chance. Some candidates are stronger than others. If it's truly a 50-50 chance, you might as well not even have anybody vote.
Well, I'd just like to thank you, Rhett, for pointing out to everybody that I have a very, very limited education. I blame the Nebo School District. Thank you very much for laying it bare in front of everyone. My deficits.
What should he say, Rhett?
It bothers me a little because it's just incorrect is all. People that have taken statistics and probability classes, they just know.
But you see,
it's incorrect. It's like you're saying every day, I love those Marvel characters.
Listen, you
Woman
green-blooded
and Superman.
computer. Turn him down for a second, Carlin. Now listen. Here's the thing about each boner candidate that you're forgetting. Yes, you're stuck in the math, but you're forgetting the emotion. Some people might be extraordinarily passionate about a candidate that you see as weak.
Math knows no emotion, Mr. Jackson.
But it does in this case because they're stories. They're not figures. They're stories. So there you go, Rhett. Thank you for everything.
You know, I think, Rhett, am I correct in what you're trying to point out here is that a 50-50 chance, that everything has a 50-50 chance all the time.
And that's not true.
Is that what you're trying to point out?
That's not how probability works. If
No.
there's a really strong football team that's going to play a really weak football team, it's not a 50-50 chance that the weak football team is going to win. They have about a 2% chance.
I gotcha.
But I'm not talking about football. those are
Yeah,
like
but you are talking
probability
about two
things.
candidates
No, those
who
are
have a
probability.
chance
I'm talking about
between
pure.
0 and 1
Turn him down,
Well,
Carlin.
no, so, Rhett, he's talking about emotional.
I'm talking about emotion. Stop talking over me, Rhett. It's emotion. One story may resonate with a group of people, and they may be motivated to vote. It's like a Democratic candidate, for example. All right. Now
Okay.
go.
All right. Rhett, you're still better looking than any of us. See you later.
Carrie, by the way, I'm not trying to talk over you guys. It's really hard to hear. I think
Yeah.
it's the remote.
Yeah.
connection.
It's the
I
remote
can't
and
really hear
cell
when you guys are
phones.
talking,
Yes,
by the way.
it's the remote and wireless phones are terrible.
There's a 50-50 chance you can hear us.
Just hang up on him.
Wireless phones have ruined radio call-in
They
features. Have you noticed that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They used to go smoothly when it was a landline all the time.
Yep.
Beautiful sound, and just cell phones.
That's what I miss about the past.
That's exactly.
Landlines?
Landlines, yeah.
Traffic, please.
Yeah, we're good. You know?
All right.
And is traffic brought to you by Jimmy Eat World at the Depot on
Sure
September
is.
11th?
Sure
We're going to
is.
give you a keyword. You can buy your tickets at any SmithTix locations, including SmithTix.com, or you could win them right now by texting the word
Mint. M-I-N-T. Mint.
to the number 33986. The 96th texter will win. Congratulations, you 96 texter, you. Mint.
All right.
We've got Boners Round 2 coming up in just a moment. Here are your candidates. Boner candidate number 1. When I wear this, I can be sneaky, you know, like a cat. Boner candidate number 2. Well, he took a potato bath while wearing a bra and panties. Oh, and drugs were involved.
What?
And boner candidate... He took a potato bath while wearing a bra and panties. Oh, and drugs were involved.
Oh, okay.
You heard it that time?
Yes.
Okay. And boner candidate number 3, shed? What shed?
All right. Round 2, your boner candidates coming up along with Big Boy News next. X96. For Memorial Day weekend, X96 is giving you the pioneers of alternative.
These are the songs that built X96. Everything from
Yes, we got round 2, but yes,
But
Richie?
before we get to it, I got a text message just now from Hollywood Tim, old intern of ours. He said, I've got some time off, and I just downloaded the X96 app. Oh, shoot, my phone just... download the X96 app to listen to Radio from Hell. He says, it works. That's for Carrie more than anyone else. I haven't felt homesick or anything since we moved here to California, but as soon as I heard you guys, my eyes welled up with tears.
Aww.
I didn't realize how much I missed you guys. Love you.
Hollywood Tim.
Oh, Tim.
He doesn't have much taste, does he? There's so much to do in Hollywood, and he misses
It's Hollywood.
us.
That's where all the entertainment is.
He wanted to get in on the last episode of the Radio from Hell
Well,
show.
yeah, there you go.
Show,
I'm sure it is.
It's our last show of the week.
Oh.
Out here at Rocky Mountain Raceway.
I forgot to finish the sentence because somebody cut me off.
I wonder who that was.
We've got Mill Creek Coffee here for you. We've got tickets to the May Madness at Rocky Mountain Raceway happening tomorrow. Come by and see us 6555 West 21st South, just off the 201 in West Valley.
All right. It is time for round 2 of your Boehner voting. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. Now, you'll consider each one of them.
Carefully.
And try to decide which one is the worst and therefore most qualified to go forward to Boehner fight and go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. You missed it. Jeez.
Well, not everybody missed it.
I heard
that
it.
one guy did, though.
They know who missed it.
Rhett missed it.
Then we'll take the 2 candidates, the winners of each round, and throw them into the Boehner Dome for Boehner Fight at 9:20, where they will have a 50-50 chance of becoming Boehner of the Day.
He's going to stick with that no matter what.
Rhett forced me. He forced my hand.
Forced your hand.
That's right. All right, 2 candidates now, then a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boehner voters will receive.
You know, if you come down here to Rocky Mountain Raceway and get your free tickets for tomorrow, and you vote for the Boehner in person, Bill Allred will hand you those tickets and give you a hearty handshake.
There you go.
Simple as that. Do you think we'll know when it's our last show?
No.
Probably not.
Nobody
Probably
in
not.
radio ever knows
Yeah,
when it's
probably
their
we
last
won't.
show.
You won't know yet. We won't know it's our last show when we're doing
Because it'll
it.
be like a Friday,
Yeah.
and we'll finish, and we'll get off the air, and
Right.
someone will poke their head in the studio and say, "Can we talk to you guys for a minute?"
Yeah.
And at that point, we should just say, "No, I guess no. We'll just go."
Actually, we're lucky in that way. The guy who fires people doesn't work on Fridays.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, so we're here forever.
The guy that
There you go.
fires.
We'll never be fired.
We're here forever. All right.
That's math.
Here's Boehner candidate number 1. When I wear this, I can be sneaky, you know, like a cat. A man spotted, I don't really want to say it the way it's written, but I will because I'll let you, just because I want to let you know how awful writers, even for a big newspaper like the New York Post, can be. A man spotted pussyfooting around driveways and allegedly breaking into cars in Wisconsin while wearing a cat onesie was arrested Saturday. The man was not immediately identified. Oh no, wait, I have it here. His name is Meow Meow. Is expected to be arraigned in the coming days. The man was spotted on surveillance footage, and it's pretty funny to see. Around homes in St. Francis, a resident caught the suspect early that morning wearing a onesie, like a kitty cat onesie.
Mm-hmm.
Police said several properties in the neighborhood had been burglarized. Our car had been broken into, rifled. The door was left open, Nikki Larson said. Amy Klimaszewski said she felt violated after the man was allegedly snooping around her garbage. My entire drum kit was stolen. My bike was stolen. My son's wagon. And then somebody scraped up a bunch of dirt in the garden and, well, I won't go any further, she said. I made that part up. But some guy wearing a onesie, there's a picture of him. You can see it at x96.com/live.
You sure that's not Richie? 'Cause
Creeping
Richie,
around.
Richie
This
loves
sounds like
his,
his M.O. You know?
loves his onesies.
Boehner candidate number 1. When I wear this, I can be sneaky, you know, like a cat. Here's Boehner candidate number 2. He took a potato bath while wearing a bra and panties. Oh, and drugs were involved. Well, it felt like the right thing to do. That's what James Johnson said when the judge asked him, "Son, why did you fill up a hotel bathtub with potatoes while wearing a bra and panties?" "Well, it just seemed like the right thing to do," he said.
Well, then you got to go with that.
Yep. Caught by police officers outside of a travel lodge with the aforementioned women's undergarments on over his shirt and a bag of spuds under his arm. Authorities realized that something else was probably up. It was only after the officers searched Mr. Johnson's room to the hotel they really became aware of what the situation was. Inside, they found what they referred to for some reason as an Aladdin's cave of drugs, including ecstasy, LSD.
They were in piles.
And other drugs. Only things had escalated at this point. The gang. What? This story just takes a jump into another story for some reason.
I'm just stuck on the potato bath.
It does.
Now are they like whole potatoes?
Yes, Gina. Again, you don't pay attention.
No, I wasn't. I just want to revisit it.
He was carrying a bag of spuds.
Okay.
Let's revisit it like we did when I first announced that candidate before the commercial
It could
break.
be a bag of like hash browns, so it's.
It says a bag of spuds.
Now
that means whole potatoes.
If you're bathing in potatoes, I think you want them to be mashed or something, right?
Well, you would say, but that's why we have to say, well, and there were drugs involved.
Oh,
You
that
see.
negates the whole.
Then it makes sense.
Boner candidate number 2.
Yeah,
I made this worse than it really was, though. It was only a bra. He wasn't wearing panties, apparently. He was wearing a bra over his shirt.
That's enough.
But it's still enough, isn't
That
it?
makes him more of a boner, in my opinion.
All right, coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Shed. What shed?
I'm not sure if you guys saw what just happened. Did you see the guy who came in here? We're out at Rocky Mountain Raceway. He's right off the 201 at 5600 West. Guy comes in the door. We're giving everyone who comes by a pair of tickets to the Rocky Mountain Raceway tomorrow. Gates at 1. He comes in, he goes, "You guys have Mill Creek coffee?" I said, "Yeah."
Yes.
So he comes over to this big this coffee cooler that we got. I said, "Did you want tickets as well?" He's like, "No, I came for the Mill Creek coffee." Thank you. Got it.
Great.
Filled up his mug full of coffee and then snuck right out of there.
Cool.
You have Mill Creek coffee.
It's really it was like.
You know what I bet? I happen to know he works down the street. They don't have coffee down there. He works at Godfrey Trucking.
Oh.
They don't have Mill Creek coffee there. All right. I'm down at Godfrey Trucking.
Big boy news and opinion window now. Boner candidate number 3 coming up. News brought to you by
The Melting Pot, perfect for a quick bite after work or before a night out downtown. Locally owned and operated at the corner of Market and Main Street. Reservations at meltingpot.com.
Yep.
So Gina saw this story pop up. It was about a half an hour ago or something. At least 2 people injured after an active shooter situation at a middle school in Noblesville, Indiana, according to the local Fox station there. A suspect has been taken into custody. Middle school was on lockdown and then evacuated. There are reports of 2 people being injured, a teenager and an adult, transported to the IU Health Methodist Hospital. The teenage victim is 13 years old. A student sent an email to his parents while the school was in lockdown. There was a shooter in the building. Luckily, we were in one of the safest closets in the school. I hope everyone's all right. I'm still shaking. Girls are crying. The officers are here and holding the shooter in custody. This has to be a dream. I don't have my phone, but pick me up in the high school. I love you guys.
Another day, another
school. Police are investigating. Said that all the kids had been evacuated. And that's all the information. It seems as though, fortunately, it was not a horrific rampage, but bad enough.
For these 2 people that are in the hospital.
Bad enough, nonetheless.
Listen, if you liberals would have let me outlaw trench coats, video games, Ritalin.
On doors.
And doors.
No, I don't. I guess the ramifications of this are quite large to many people. President Trump granted a rare posthumous pardon to boxing's first black heavyweight champion, more than 100 years after what Trump said many feel was a racially motivated injustice. Jack Johnson was convicted in 1913 by an all-white jury for violating the Mann Act, which made it illegal to transport women across state lines for immoral purposes. I thought it was minor women. But Trump was joined by boxer Lennox Lewis, actor Sylvester Stallone, as he announced the decision. Johnson is a legendary figure in boxing who crossed over into popular culture decades ago with biographies, dramas, and documentaries following the civil rights era. I think there was a famous Broadway play. I think James Earl Jones won and kind of catapulted him into stardom on Broadway when he played The Great White Hope, which was kind of based on the Jack Johnson story.
He didn't do this because it was the right thing to do. He did it because it was a photo op with Sylvester Stallone.
Jack Johnson died in 1946. His great-great-niece had been pressing for posthumous pardon. I think, and I saw Dr. Paul White tweet about it, that he thought it was a great day that Jack Johnson had been pardoned. So regardless of the reason he did it, apparently it was the right thing to do. Now, I just read this headline. I'm going to go into this cold, but the headline says, Olympus High School baseball team forced to choose between the state playoffs and graduation.
My guess is that they're the same day, and that's all there is.
Well, that's
scheduling.
I think this is a scheduling story.
It's just in.
Well, but that's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
You have a chance to go to the state playoffs, but you can't because it's the same day as graduation?
No, you go to the playoffs. You skip the graduation.
For the first time since 1960, the Olympus High School boys baseball team is headed to state championships. They'll take on Jordan High in the 5A state playoffs on Friday, but the game is causing conflict for players and parents. The 15 seniors on the team will not be able to go to the high school graduation. That's a big deal to them. So they ought to fix this somehow.
How?
Hold the graduation a different day.
You can't do that.
Why not?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, you could.
No,
I mean, you can't. They didn't know they were in the championship till recently.
I was going to say,
people are flying in.
It would inconvenience more
no.
people to do the graduation. The baseball game needs to be moved.
And my guess is the kids care more about the baseball game than putting on nice clothes and sitting in a
but
auditorium for 2 hours.
Parents care more about the graduation.
Stephanie's got it figured out. It says this happened last year as well. Cottonwood baseball players had a ceremony on home plate for graduation.
Cool.
That's
awesome.
Combine
So that's good.
Combine the two.
That's a good thing to do. But it is a big deal. Kids want to go to their high school graduation. They should figure out a way to accommodate it. But Gina wants to be heartless. She doesn't care about you.
Heartless? I'm saying it's not easy to just change it.
Of course it's not easy. Oh, that's
It's not
right. You don't do things
practical.
that aren't easy.
It's not practical to just change.
Here's a story for you, Gina. You know, I know you like your Dyson blade hand dryer in the market and electric. They've done a study that says that electric hand dryers in public restrooms are just filled with bacteria all the time.
This study paid for by Georgia Pacific.
Yes.
Now, they collected samples from a variety of restrooms in New York, working with a nationally recognized lab, and put them to the test. If you wash your hands, then dry your hands, you'll want to wash your hands again after using the dryer, said Vincent Izzolino, microbiology laboratory director.
You collect samples from any surface in a New York bathroom. They're going to be...
With bathrooms being generally dirty places, that air that it blows around contains pathogens, microbes left behind from people's skin or flushing lidless toilets. The dryers then suck the germs in and spew them out again onto freshly washed hands.
Not so with Georgia Pacific paper.
Truth be told, I prefer a paper towel, if for no other reason than you can open the door handle of the bathroom with the paper towel. You can't do it. I hate it when it's a Dyson one, and then how do I open the door?
I have figured out how to open the door using the Dyson blade.
These happy trees were happy to give their lives to become Georgia Pacific paper towels.
And again, I'm going to mention the toilet tissue that we have in the bathrooms at work. Yes. If you hold it up to the light, you can see through it. In other news,
quickly,
Donald Trump has tapped a Utahn who has railed against illegal immigration to oversee refugee migration issues at the State Department.
What could go wrong?
He has talked about the Dreamers as being that's all a lie.
It's a lie.
They have now. He said those people have gone to college. They've gone to school. Now they're committing crimes.
What?
I'm not kidding you.
He's
This guy, his name is, he's from Bountiful, Ronald Mortensen, a former career Foreign Service officer. Morrison said he will oversee, if he's confirmed, he will oversee some immigration issues in the State Department. He says the myth of the noble law-abiding illegal alien forces illegal aliens and their supporters to finally acknowledge that people illegally in the U.S. routinely commit multiple felonies and other serious violations of American law when they enter the country, get jobs, and other benefits reserved for citizens and legal residents. Now, so Donald Trump has picked him to be in the State Department. Perhaps I suggest this guy would be even a better choice for Donald Trump. A former Draper man being sentenced for a federal hate crime unleashed a racist diatribe in U.S. District Court on Thursday, saying African Americans are pimps and drug dealers. I've been around a lot of blacks. I just don't want to associate with them anymore, said Mark Olick Porter. I don't want to live around them because they're dangerous people. So that guy would be a better pick. I think Donald Trump should, if he hears about this, he's going to pick that guy to be in the State Department.
These stories are shocking to me because Richard Paul Evans told me the other day that racism in America has gone down, except against white men. This is shocking to me. All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, sports. We can ask Mike about sports.
Yes.
Mike Ames, who is the general manager here at Rocky Mountain Raceway, and there's a big race starting at 1 o'clock tomorrow, right?
Yep, cars on track, 1 o'clock. But national anthem and stuff at 6 o'clock, and features and all that stuff to follow.
The real racing fans, though, they come out right at the beginning,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep.
Do racing fans, they get a chance to associate with the drivers out here, too?
Yeah, that's the one good thing is that the pit area is open, and it's one of the great things that you can actually, with the Nitro Funny cars that are running, you can go literally right there next to the car as they're taking the motor apart and assembling it, and they have to warm it up beforehand, and it's awesome. You can get right there.
Now, you got people coming in, racers coming in from all over the place?
All over the place for this weekend, absolutely. Yeah, Canada and across the western United States.
So there's prize money involved in everything.
Absolutely.
This is big. This is a big-time racing operation.
Absolutely.
And we have tickets here, while we're here anyway, at Rocky Mountain Raceway. 6555 West, 21st South and West Valley, just off the 201. You can come in and get some Mill Creek coffee, get some tickets for tomorrow, bring the whole family.
Absolutely.
Now, Mike, what do you think the most exciting, for you, what is the most exciting event of this Memorial Day race?
Well, obviously, the figure 8 trailer race that's on the oval is just, it's like literally the hardest that you, the first time I ever saw one, I laughed harder than at any movie I've ever seen in my life. You just laugh the whole entire time.
So people are towing these trailers, trailers that have been gutted.
Yep.
And then they go a figure 8 and drive real fast, and mayhem will ensue.
Absolutely. We had a deal last year where a trailer, so sometimes the contents of the trailer come off, and we had a truck ran into the empty trailer, and you literally could not see the truck. It was completely, so we had to stop the race. And our oval employee went down there, and we're like, "You got to go." And he's like, "There's nothing in there." And like, "No, there's a truck and there's something in there."
So it's last person standing?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, actually, we run 10 laps, and usually by 10 laps, there's only a few of them left. Because usually the first couple laps, there's all sorts of carnage.
How fast do they go?
They're only going like 55 or 60. You can't get going.
It's only 55 or 60 running
typical,
into it.
It's just a normal, I-215 Memorial Day weekend.
So it's May Madness tomorrow at Rocky Mountain Raceway. Real race fans apparently come at 1. The rest of y'all, 6 p.m., and you'll be fine. 6555 West 2100 South, just off the 201.
And the weather will be great. Today, hot today. We could get up to 90 today, and tomorrow it'll be just beautiful, sunny, great weather for it. Brought to you by Bad Apple. They offer premium original equipment parts to repair your phone, while most competitors use cheaper aftermarket parts. Go to badapplerepair.com.
All right.
Here's Boehner candidate number 3. Shed. What shed? Authorities in Maine said 3 men were arrested after being caught in the act of using a pick-em-up truck to drag a stolen 25-foot shed down the road. Maine State Police said troopers responded Sunday to a report of a pickup truck being used to drag this large shed, which was not on any kind of a trailer, down a road in Lebanon, Maine. Troopers arrived to find the shed still being dragged and blocking half the road. Police arrested the suspects, and they verified that, yes, in fact, the shed had been stolen from a foreclosed property. All 3 men were charged with theft by unauthorized taking. Shed? What shed? Boehner candidate number 3.
All right, time to review the first two and vote.
Boehner candidate number 1. When I wear this, I can be sneaky, like a cat. It's a man in a kitty cat onesie caught breaking into cars. He was on surveillance camera. Boehner candidate number 2. He took a bath while wearing a bra and panties. Oh, a potato bath while wearing bra and panties. Oh, yeah, and drugs were involved in that. And Boehner candidate number 3. Shed. What shed?
All right, this is round 2. You've got to decide which of these 3 Boehner candidates is the worst, and therefore most qualified to move forward to Boehner fight. That happens at 9:20. We'll take the winner of round 1 and round 2 and throw them into the Boehner Dome. That's when Boehner of the Day is decided. So you've got to pick a contender here. Pick the best one, 1, 2, or 3. And then you just put that number of the candidate that you think should win in the message of a text. You text that to 33986. You can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice if you want. Or go to x96.com and look for the box that says Boehner Voting May 25 and vote there. All right, you've got until the end of these messages. It's round 2, X96.
What shed? Well, let me see here. I do have the winner here somewhere. I know I just saw it pop up. I have the feeling it's right here. I know.
I'm ready.
It's Boehner Can. Oh, Tina won some tickets to see Butcher Babies.
Oh.
And the winner, Boehner candidate number 3. Shed? What shed?
That is now the winner of round 2. It is qualified to become Boner of the Day for today. It will have to defeat the winner of round 1's Boner voting. We put them both together in a competition we call Boner Fight. Boner of the Day will be decided by you at 9:20 today.
You know, perhaps you're excited at the thought of getting free tickets to Rocky Mountain Raceway tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You can come in and see us right now and get those. But perhaps you're excited
the
about...
excitement in Gina's voice really sells that.
Well, but perhaps you're excited about Mill Creek Coffee.
Oh,
that's where I was going.
That's funny. Tell the story. Yeah, that's good.
So we're giving away Rocky Mountain Raceway tickets, and that is exciting.
That's the big draw.
Come down and see us right now. Just off the 201, 5600 West. And so we've got a lot of people coming in. And, oh, you're here for the tickets. You're here for the tickets. And this guy came in a few minutes ago, and Richie said, oh, you're here for the tickets? He's like, no, you have Mill Creek. I'm here for the coffee. I heard you guys have Mill Creek coffee.
And he filled up his. He didn't want any.
Didn't care about the tickets.
It was pretty fun.
I bet he's from that trucking company down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Godfrey Trucking.
It's a swear. So
it's a good truck. It's good.
You went into the belly of the beast.
Well, I guess so. I went to KSL the other day.
The News Authority?
I went to Triad. Why do they call it?
That used to be their slogan.
I don't know why they call it Triad. I don't know.
I used to know.
Adnan Khashoggi.
Adnan Khashoggi.
I know he...
That must be the ad.
Was it going to be... I think it was going to be... Well, I know it was going to be a bigger development than it was, but this Arab sheikh...
Yes.
I think Triad was his company.
Anyway, the Triad Center where KSL and the Deseret News, they're essentially both... They're all combined.
Yeah.
First of all, it was just kind of weird getting in there.
I'm surprised they let you in.
Well, I was invited.
Yeah, I found out you can't just walk in.
No.
There. No.
So, but I went. So I found my way into the parking garage finally, and I was on this level P2 level, and so I get out of my car and I think, well, now where is the, because there are other things there. There's a school in that building, and there's some. And I see across the parking where I'm parked at the underground parking. There's a big door or entryway, and it's lit up, and it's like, whoa! It's like the gate to heaven. And
were there angels singing?
Well, almost.
It's God's money. So.
But it was so I said, oh, this must be over there.
Yeah.
And I go over, and sure enough, there is a door which I can't get into. Although there were people going in and out, I could have just walked in with some people, and I don't think anybody would have. Noticed right at the first. There at some point there I would have gotten stopped, but right there I could have gone in. But I thought I'd wait for Amy Donaldson, who she works over there for the Deseret News, and she wanted me to be on her podcast, Voices of Reason. And so she said, "Oh, I'm coming up right behind you in the parking garage. I'll escort you in." And so the door opens, and there's this long ramp. I mean, really long, and another set of doors, and then the ramp keeps going up. And then she's taking me through all of these hallways and so forth. And then finally you do come to, it seems to me we came to the front door where there is, like if you go in off the street, there's very strict security there.
That's where I go in when I have to.
And it's very strict security.
I can count on one hand twice I've been there.
I've been there once before. It was a long, long time ago. And I don't remember much about it, but I know there was that security then.
Yeah, Vaughn had me come down and voice something.
Yeah,
too, yeah.
So anyway, I get.
Were there actual buckets of money lining the hallway that you tripped over as you were?
No, but there are a lot. There are certainly a lot of employees, and it's busy. There's stuff going on.
Gee, what's that like?
There are people who are bustling and hustling and talking about stuff and do. Let's see. So who did before I got in, just as I got out of my car and I was walking and somebody walked by me and I went, that was Doug Wright. It was Doug Wright, and he He had a briefcase.
I mean, come on.
He had a briefcase, and he was walking briskly and talking on a cell phone. So I knew it was
Wait,
him.
can I stop you? Did you have to wear long pants? I feel
No.
like that's one of those buildings where you can't go in there with
No.
shorts on.
No, but they did say you must be this tall to enter, and I was just right at the limit.
What is Hollywood going to get the clue?
So, so I go in there, and people. First, I saw our old friend Mr. West, and Brian West, and he works for the Deseret News and has for a long time since he left radio, and he said I don't miss radio that much, really. And but we chatted, and he was great, and very nice. Said to say hello to you. And then some guy came up to me who said, "Oh, you don't remember me, but we used to work together over at Trolley Corners over at Simmons." And I said, "Oh no, I don't remember you. You're right. You don't look even slightly familiar." And he said, "Well, I knew I wouldn't, but I did promotions. I set up a bunch of remotes for you, and we talked remotes and stuff."
We spent hours together.
I said,
just
"No,
the two of us.
you're right. I have
a
no
card table in a parking lot."
Yeah.
What did it smell like in there?
Money.
It's
God's money.
It smelled like raspberries with cream and sugar.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of had just this like really nice fruity raspberry.
Because I picture
a creamsicle. It smelled like a creamsicle.
I picture it like those doctor and dentist office that always make the warm cookies. So,
yeah.
So everybody feels comfortable.
Well, as a matter of fact,
there.
I heard this little occasionally, and then Amy confessed. She said, "Yeah, that's where that creamsicle smell comes from. They just periodically aerosol it into the room."
Not really making it here. It's just a scent.
But it was really busy. I met Ethan Millard, who I had never met. He's does the Nightside Project, and he engineered the podcast that we did and was on it briefly. Really nice. Very, told some stories about how he was listening to us back when he was in high school and still loves the show. And he said my wife, Ethan said my wife, who used to work with us years ago, was a lovely person.
Mm-hmm.
He said, my wife listens to Radio from Hell all the time. She's never really listened to me when I'm on the radio.
Why would you?
Yeah, he's home all the time. Why would he? And I saw our old friend Sue Kelly.
I miss Sue.
Who she's a bigwig over there now.
Oh, yeah.
But everybody was really friendly. And then I met the program director for KSL.
That's why you don't trust them when they're being really friendly.
What's his name? Lash LaRue? Kevin LaRue.
Oh.
Kevin LaRue.
I thought it was going to be Brother Harumph.
No, he was very.
Hey, Brother Harumph.
He was very nice as well. And I could see that he came over and shook my hand, and we had a chat. But I think he was a little wary of me somehow. But they were all very. But they've got equipment that they don't even know they have.
I know.
It's everywhere. I mean, the studio. We went into the studio to do a podcast, and it was just one of the old. Some old radio studio that they didn't care, they even know they had.
Well, when I was over there doing some voice stuff for Vaughn, I remember there was an engineer in the studio, and he was removing a piece of equipment and putting something in. And I asked him, "Oh, that break?" He goes, "No, it's a year old."
Yeah.
Wow. I went, "Jeez."
Now, see, in the podcast booth, they had, I don't know what kind of microphones they are, but they're like a big cylinder, they're padded on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't, I didn't know which, so I started talking into it, and Ethan said, "No, it's the other side. Turn it around." And I said, "These are nice." He said, "Well, they're really old." And I said, "Look,
listen,
these are the kind of microphones that you can talk around any side of them."
Yes, and they'll hear you.
Yeah, not like these. They're the...
These you have to be
Yes,
right
Dylan,
on
what?
top of them.
They
yes.
have any help wanted signs over there? Did you get any leads?
Listen, I'd be happy. I met Becky Bruce, who's the digital content editor for all of KSL Radio, and she's really nice too. And I bet she could use some help. So,
okay. Well, I'll give me real quick though. Still at this job, Carrie, Bill, and I have a date today.
Oh, that's
We're
right.
going after this.
Do I not have a date?
No.
Nope. To an undisclosed location.
I'm not invited.
You can come if you'd like.
No,
Well, I don't know. This is
she
Dylan's
can't.
party, so I can't invite you. I'm sorry.
But
Are you
we're
planning
going
a
to
party for me? That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Again,
it's a party planning.
Again, if she keeps interrupting, this will take forever.
I'm sorry.
So,
Carrie is coming back as a guest on the Let's Go Eat show. Hasn't been on for 6.5 years. He
Has
was
it
our
been that
first
long?
episode.
Jeez.
Yep. Celebrating Geek Show's 10th year.
Yeah, and it's
having you back. It's exciting.
I've been thinking about it, and that's really what I want to do is talk about all things geek.
Okay.
And when
I can do that.
I want to talk about the beginnings of the Geek Show and what geek culture and how it is that I've started to kind of become a geek.
I have an answer for all of those things.
I know you will. So
this will be
talk about
available at letsgoeatshow.com on Monday or
Monday?
Sunday.
All right. And real quick, The Ruin, Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. It's the 10th anniversary Geek Show party. We're not doing a show because I wanted the guys to just be able to enjoy themselves. So y'all come and hang out with us. We've got limited edition 10th anniversary posters that the guys will autograph, and we'll be doing some toasts. And it's just going to be hanging out for a couple of hours.
Can I compliment you for not calling them the gang?
I won't call them the gang.
Good.
They're the panelists.
Good.
Or the boys. All right. Yes, let's final check of traffic. Do we need to do that?
Nope.
Okay, fine. We'll hang on. We'll have more from Rocky Mountain Raceway. We've got a race car driver coming up here in a moment to talk about doing that for a living. KXRK Provo, X96. Hi, this is Carrie. Geek Show is celebrating its 10th year as a podcast, so join me and all the Geek Show panelists as we raise a glass and toast this occasion. We'll be at The Ruin on May 27th from 4 to 6 p.m. Obviously, you got to be 21 and older. And because
Did you guys want to put anything in for the potty break?
dogs are $1, burgers are $2, including chips.
Jerry was a
The
race
Ruin
car
is at
driver.
1250 Wilmington Avenue in Sugar House. For more info, go to x96.com. Kapla!
GeekShowPodcast.com.
Stay tuned for a 1-hour nonstop music wingding right after Radio from Hell on X96.
We have cars.
it's a different song.
That's,
You're
you're
doing
thinking
Tommy
Tommy the
Cat.
Cat.
Oh, I'm thinking of Tommy the Cat. Yeah,
I don't think.
Which I like better, but
I don't think it'd be safe to let a cat drive a.
But these aren't the cat races, though.
Oh,
These are
you
the car
no,
races.
we got. There's a cat right here who races cars.
Remind me, I need to look into the cat show that's coming to town.
This is Bruce Cool Cat Coggins. That's it.
How y'all doing?
Good.
That is your nickname?
That's what I go by.
Cool Cat Coggins.
Well, there you go.
So cats do drive race car. What kind of race
I
car
guess
do you
so.
drive?
Well, I got a 72 Camaro.
And you're going to be racing it tomorrow?
I will be racing today and tomorrow, all day long. All day.
All day. You never.
Like you'll think, is he done yet? And you'll be like, has it been all day?
Nope.
And it'll be no.
There you go.
He's still racing.
So Cool Cat has. You don't mind if I call you Cool Cat?
I'm good with that.
Where along the way did you pick up that moniker?
I'll pick that back up in the mid '80s.
Why? Just because you were so cool?
Bill, you've met him.
Just briefly, Gina.
Come on. I mean, look at me.
Yeah, there's
you
slight feline kind of.
You are a cool cat. What kind of? I know these are a dumb question, but
No, we're good.
what kind of racing is it that you do in your Camaro?
I bracket race, so I drag on a drag strip,
Uh-huh.
and it runs it's a non-electronics car, so that means there's no electronics with it, whatever that means.
Well, yeah, but what does that mean? Why?
Oh. So that means there's no electronics like automatic or delay boxes.
It's all
or
moving parts.
Throttle stops.
No electronic ignition.
Oh, it has electronic ignition.
Okay, you're
This is,
lying then.
I know.
Do you have to roll the windows up with by
I
hand?
was going to ask how you start the thing.
No, it gets pretty deep. It's hard to explain all that.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's too deep for us to go into.
Yeah.
So you'll do drag racing. I know what that means.
Right.
But you said you bracket racing. What does that mean?
Now, bracket racing is different than heads-up racing. So bracket racing, you can come out and your daily driver and race against a super fast car and still have a chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
So it's handicap racing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's
what
I
you
do.
what you do. All right, now, do you live here? Are you here?
Yes, I live right next to the track.
Just about.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do when it goes away? Cry?
A little bit, but I got a motor home and a trailer, so I'll just travel.
There you go.
It's all good. I
Go-
planned ahead.
Go to other races?
Yes.
Is that what you just spend your time doing that most of the year?
Yeah, I race when I'm not racing. I'm working on a race car, and that's about it. Yeah.
It sounds like a life. You like it? You like it? You
I've
must.
been doing it for over 30 years.
Jeez.
So yes.
And you you can make a living. Now in 30 years, sort of a living, probably. So in 30 years, have you had any kind of? I mean, I don't know if it.
Close call?
Close calls. Is it good etiquette to talk about that kind of thing, or should you not?
Yeah, you're fine.
Have you had some crashes?
No, I've broken some parts, but nothing serious. I mean, we lost engines, transmissions, rear ends, but everybody does that.
I lost my rear end one time.
Out the
My
window
God.
over?
Oh my God. So really, in 30 years of racing, nothing serious.
Nothing serious. No.
Yeah, I guess racing is people used to criticize and say, well, they just come to see the crashes, but you don't see them really very often, do you?
Not very often. I mean, people break motors all the time, put oil on the track, but when you got a track with a safety crew and all the safety people around, I mean, it's a safe environment.
Yeah. So this weekend, look for Cool Cat It's Coggins, right?
Correct.
Cool Cat Coggins. He'll be racing a Camaro, which I know is a Chevy. Do you have what year is it?
It's a 1972 Camaro.
Does it have a name? You should give it a name, really.
No name.
No name?
No name? It's Cherry, though, Gina. Isn't it Cherry?
It's Cherry.
Yeah. It's Cherry.
I'd name it, but I'd have to think of something.
Yeah.
He's got a cool nickname. His car should have a cool nickname.
Who gave you the name Cool Cat? Do you remember?
I came up with that. It's kind of just a smart aleck kind of thing, but in Utah, I kind of have an accent.
You
So
do?
people ask me my name, and when I say Bruce Coggins, they always say what. So if I say Bruce Cool Cat Coggins, they're like, oh. Okay.
So you see, it's not Cool Cat, by the way. We're doing it wrong. It's Cool Cat.
Cool Cat.
Bruce Cool Cat Coggins.
There you go.
Where you hail from?
Mississippi.
What color is your car?
White with red stripes.
Jeez, and you've had a long time?
Probably over 20 years.
So it's like Speed Racer, right?
That's. I mean, it's
the Speed Racer car white with the red?
Yeah, doesn't look nothing like a Camaro.
Yeah, Bruce says, yeah. So that's, I mean, 20 years, the same car, and you just never gotten bored with it?
I've changed it up a little bit here and there.
You put 2 stripes instead of 1.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Got to make it faster.
See, Bill's been married a couple times. He doesn't understand how you can stay with something for a long time.
Yeah. Have you been married more than once, Bruce?
Nope, just one time.
One time?
Yeah, she's lucky.
She's lucky?
Not really.
Bruce, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you do well this weekend, and you can make some money if you do well this weekend, huh?
Yeah, we'll do all right this weekend.
And what's the prize? You know, like how do they reference it here at Rocky Mountain Raceway? Is there like for this Memorial Day, this May Madness? Is there a prize? They just talk about a big prize, and then.
There's several payouts depending on where you finish in the class, but there's enough money to be made that it will pay your entry fee for the weekend, even if you don't win the night. So it's worth it. Guys come from way out of town just to win this money.
And there's a big the overall purse is X amount of money, and then
and I'm not even sure what that is. I don't want to get all worked up about it, but it's a pretty good amount.
Bruce, I don't think you get all worked up about anything much, do you?
Well, Bruce, you may not have had any wrecks in all that time, but we've got a wreck we got to report right now. Traffic.
Hey, thanks for talking with us, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of traffic to report this morning, but friend of the program sent this in. I thought I should pass it along. Bad accident between Lehigh and American Fork on I-15. Both sides of the freeway affected there. Thank you for sending that in. Looks like it's about 1200 north in Lehigh where that is. Center Lane is closed. Lucky's Auto Credit, where $77 and a job get you a car. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Ogden. For program details or to apply online, visit luckysautocredit.com.
All right.
You know, that guy's been living his dream all of his life. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that.
Haven't you? You get to do this radio thing.
I really. That's an interesting question, though. I mean, I've become philosophical.
Wow.
I mean, yes, I do love doing this, but
it's
is
the
it
part
living
of
my
it,
dream?
It's the part of it where he just lives in a trailer and drives to car races, and that's what he does.
Good old one-word answer Coggins. I'm happy to have him on the show.
Cool cat, Kerry. It's
oh,
cool
that's
cat.
the other. Oh, I got it wrong.
Cool cat.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's take a break. We'll be back with Boehner Fights after these. X96.
I'm Todd Newcomb, and every weekday.
20 right now, so we'll get to Boehner fight in a moment. But first, a little bit of news brought to you by...
All month long, Performance Toyota Bountiful is saluting the U.S. military with a $1,000 discount on any Toyota for any branch of the military. Offers may be combined.
News.
Well, the Provo woman who was missing 3 years, they discovered her body in Hobble Creek Canyon. No, I guess really shouldn't call her a Provo woman. She was she'd only been there for a matter of weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah, she was from Mexico, a member of the LDS Church. She had gotten a degree at a university in Mexico. She had come to serve a mission for the LDS Church, and then she came to Provo to study English. She had family there, and she went missing off the street, just disappeared seemingly into thin air. But police say that now they are very actively pursuing a murder investigation into the death of Elizabeth Elena Laguna Salgado. And they say they do definitely have evidence that it's a homicide, not that she was, hiking or wandering around in Hobble Creek Canyon and came to an accident of some sort.
So they know stuff they're not telling us about.
Now, whether they have any strong leads, my guess is they don't, because they had no strong leads in her disappearance.
The report that I have read says that there are various persons of interest who...
Well, of course, they'll turn to members of her family. They will. I mean, she had a couple of uncles, and...
which is what I've sort of been hearing. So there are definite persons of interest, but no suspects, no
when
no
somebody
one charged.
So if somebody were to go missing in your family, it would be like you and your husband who would be the first persons of interest.
What are you saying, Bill?
I'm just leaving a little trail of breadcrumbs for the authorities. No, but it's
where you look first.
Yeah, and
who was closest to.
It's awful to think about
most
that, isn't it?
Access to.
It must be.
Because honestly, that's more likely than a stranger.
Yeah, it is. It's just horrible to think of, but it would be awful to be a police officer or a detective. I think. I mean, I guess it would.
Number of reasons.
I guess it would have you would have a certain amount of satisfaction when you finally bring someone to justice for these crimes, but to have to go to a relative and say,
I can't imagine.
I got to talk to you about this, and then you realize, wait, you're talking to me like you think I did it. Well, sorry, but that's what we have to do. And that would be hard, I think. Anyway, what would also is hard to think about is Morgan Freeman. I am sorry.
I thought you were going to make this a Boehner candidate.
Sorry for whatever I did. Why? Because we could have made any number of people. I mean, why make him a Boehner candidate if now I heard, and I heard a female reporter today on CNN talking about this, and she said, when I was pregnant, I was interviewing Morgan Freeman, and I'll play you the clip. She said it was, and there, I forget who was in the room as well, some other
Probably
actors,
a publicist, and
some other actors too.
Okay.
And she said, I was pregnant, and, I'll play the clip for you. It's very short, and you have to watch him and then watch the other actors in the room. So now I was just listening to this. I didn't see it because I was listening to this CNN on the radio. And so, but she's talking, and then she says, it's my job, and I'm doing it. As you can see, that I'm pregnant. And Morgan Freeman says, well, I would have liked to have been there. And she said, then she says, did you see his eyes? And then she said, and then the other actors apparently in the room kind of went, yeek!
Well, and it's sort of coming out that actresses have been warned before about Morgan.
I'd heard rumors about him, yeah.
Like, don't wear...
I was told never to do scenes with him, so...
Don't wear...
Actress Carrie Jackson says...
Please.
Yes.
I don't believe in labels.
Exactly.
All right?
Yeah. We should, we don't use it. We actually don't use the term actress anymore. We use so they're all actors.
But actors were told, don't wear a low-cut shirt around Morgan. He likes it too much.
I certainly do. I'm sorry if I've offended anyone. Anyone who knows me will know.
Back when I worked on the electric company.
All right, now we have dueling Freemans.
Firebrand Rita Moreno.
That's right.
She was a handful.
David Sedaris was taking questions from the audience after his reading at the Kennedy Center last month, and he suddenly took an alarming turn. How's Hugh?
Oh, no.
Someone asked,
Oh, no.
referring to Hugh Hamrick, Mr. Sedaris' boyfriend.
Oh, yes.
Hugh plays the pivotal role of an in-house normal person in in many of Sedaris' stories, and I call him Congressman Prude, Sedaris says. Well, somebody says, how's Hugh? Sedaris paused, looked stricken, his voice quavered, and he said, we're not together anymore. An audible gasp like Gina just did. But people in the audience were polite, and they waited for Mr. Sedaris to finish his sentence before gasping, rather than anticipating what he was going to say. Sedaris sat there for a second, and there were about 2,000 people there, and they just went, what? And then he said, I'm sorry, it's all I can do to...
Oh.
And people in the audience were practically weeping, apparently.
I'm practically weeping.
And then Sedaris said, I'm just kidding. He's
Oh,
fine.
geez.
He's just fine. But he was so good that apparently that he really did just shock everyone.
Those NPR people, they're such jokesters.
Man, he's funny. Have you ever seen him live, Carrie?
Yeah, I know.
That's what Festus got me for Mother's Day was tickets to David Sedaris.
I only saw him once. It was up at Kingsbury. I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh, he's
When
hilarious.
When he talks about his brother, the rooster, nobody messes with
I
the
was gonna
rooster.
say, be careful, don't say-
Nobody. He's God.
All right.
Man, he's funny.
Weather?
He's coming to Eccles.
Oh, okay. That'd be a good place to see him. Weather.
Weather brought to you by Get Unlimited 1.5% cash back plus a $100 bonus with Power Cashback credit card from Security Service Federal Credit Union. Restrictions apply. Get details at ssfcu.org. Hot today. We could get up to 90. It'll be great weather tomorrow for the races here at Rocky Mountain Raceway. Now, there's a chance of rain coming Sunday, Monday, so enjoy your Memorial Day weekend today, and tomorrow will be your good days for that.
It's time for Boner Fight.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, the winner from round 1 going up against the winner from round 2. That's right, we do 2 full rounds of Boner voting now. A round of Boner voting in the 7 o'clock hour and a round in the 8 o'clock hour because you weren't sick of it. So you weren't sick of it, so we added all of these Boner candidates and now Boner of the Day and Boner of the Week. So the winner from round 1 was You Say You Are Not Dicks, but Maybe You Are. The pawn shop that hung up a sign in their window saying, we sell AR-15s, we're not Dicks, referring to Dick's Sporting Goods because Dick's Sporting Goods stopped selling them. They were making a little joke, you see. Well, people, for the most part, on social media were not happy with the pawn shop, particularly because there have been so many school shootings, and the pawn shop is very close to a local school. And then Boner candidate number 2 from the 8 o'clock hour, Shed? What shed? Maine police arresting men who were dragging and it was big, not a little, a great big shed, dragging it down the highway after stealing it. It wasn't on a trailer or anything. They just took it up to their cars and were trying to drag it away.
right.
Shed? What shed?
There you go. You've got to decide which one of these is the worst and therefore should be, Boner of the Day. Oh, water, damn it. 1 or 2 is the candidate you're picking between. Remember your candidate number. Put it in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. That's how you vote, text-wise. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Or go to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight May 25.
Actress Carrie Jackson says.
Thank you. And vote there. You've got until the end of these messages to vote, though. It's Boner of the Day.
Oh, come on. Really?
Serious. That's bad. X96.
John.
9:35 right now, and time to award Boehner of the Day.
And the Boehner of the Day is brought to you in part by or totally by?
In part by.
In part by a baked tofu stir fry.
I don't want that.
Why, you're not invited.
And all
My little girl wanted it for dinner, and so I made it for her.
Well, that's nice. All month long, Performance Toyota Bountiful saluting our U.S. military with a $1,000 discount on any new Toyota. Any branch of the military. Offers may be combined.
So we had Boehner candidate number 1. You say you are not a dick, but maybe you are. You say you're maybe not dicks, maybe you are. It's the pawn shop selling AR-15s with a sign up that says, we sell AR-15s because we're not dicks. Well, they were making a little joke, but people didn't take kindly to it for any number of reasons. If you can't figure out why they didn't take kindly to it, then you're probably not even listening to this show.
Cuck.
And then Boehner candidate number 2, Shed. What shed? It's a bunch of folks, 3 guys actually, stealing a shed, and they didn't put it on a trailer or anything. They just took their car up to it and started dragging it down the highway. It is a big shed. And the winner was Shed. What shed? I think people like the image of that.
I think that they're flashing back to the jerk when they dragged the church down the street.
Yeah.
All right, there's your Boehner of the Day.
Then we'll have Boehner of the Week coming up,
Yes.
I think.
I'd like to thank the Unified Police Force for coming and scaring the hiccups out of me.
That was very nice of them.
Appreciate that.
I just want to mention one thing really quickly. If you have a chance today, and I want to show you this, Gina. So it says here, Liam Gallagher, who was Oasis.
Yes.
Oh, my God, you were about to do the same thing.
The same story?
You're kidding.
No.
Wow.
Isn't that hilarious?
Been wanting to talk about this all morning.
Yeah, I've had it in the back of my mind, too. You go ahead. Let you talk about it.
Okay.
It's bizarre, I think.
So Liam Gallagher from Oasis, noted jerk.
Yes.
Liam Gallagher.
I think both he and his brother are both jerks.
Touring in support of his debut solo album, finally met his estranged daughter Molly for the first time.
So you can't even say estranged because they'd never met.
So the BBC is calling this a heartwarming encounter.
Yeah.
She's 21.
For the Brits, maybe.
She's a model, and he's never met her. Now, here's what he says about it. The girl's been looked after, clothed, fed, and sent to lovely schools. I bought them a house and all that tack. I think she's just best off with her mom.
Well, that's probably true.
But he's never met her before, and he's like, I fed her and clothed her, and I bought her a house.
Now, what I like about the story,
never met her.
What I like about the story is the picture. She is beaming with happiness that she's meeting him.
Yeah, it's
and
my
he's
dad.
standing there looking like somebody just poked him in the butt with a stick.
You know his
It's like,
you know his manager poked his head in the dressing room and said, there's a girl out here saying she's your kid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Right, probably is.
All right.
Does she want to talk to me?
Oh, that one. Yeah, I paid for the house. She's probably better off with her mum.
I think she's Noel's kid. That's what I think.
I just love that he's like, so they asked for a statement. He's like, I fed her, I clothed her, I bought her a house.
The picture is fabulous. He just looks so sour faced, and she's happy to be there.
My next album is going to be called Father of the Year.
Of course it is, Liam.
Deal with it.
Your solo album, you'll never be good.
Deal with it.
They were awful people.
And see, I thought you were going to go after the same story that I was going
Which
after.
is what?
Which is the Boba Fett movie.
No, I was going to ask you about it. I saw, but then I thought, well, I know the answer already. That there is no such thing. I mean,
no, there is.
There really is.
This is for real.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I read it, I looked at it, and I went, oh, come on, that's just somebody, speculating.
This is, it's been a rumor for a long time. Because you got your Han Solo movie,
Right.
and they're going to do, movies about probably each character eventually. We'll probably get the probably get the Neum Num movie.
The Jawa movie.
Yeah, I'd watch the hell out of the Jawa movie myself. But,
how about the Misa Yuza? What's his name?
No.
Jar Jar movie.
But this one is for real. It's going to be. All we know is that it's based around Boba Fett, and we also know that James Mangold is writing and directing. And why is that good news? He's the guy responsible for most recently Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
the Wolverine movie Logan, the rated R one, with crazy Professor Xavier and all that. So that's good news. But what period? What situation?
Well, it's young Boba Fett.
Oh God, I hope not.
It'll be
we've already
Boba Fett as a little boy.
We've already had
We
that.
did that.
Let's do it some more. Oh, that's right.
That's a Boba Fett movie. I'm serious. That's a Boba Fett movie.
Kind of.
It's the origin story.
Well, it tells how his father was killed. It doesn't explain that he takes the armor and decides to go and be a bounty hunter. We'll see. We'll see. I just hope that Boba Fett teams up with some of the other bounty hunters, and it would be like a team show. You get IG-88 and Bosk.
No, I think what I think.
And Dog.
Deep dive. Huh?
Now the way Dog the bounty hunter.
Well, he's not in outer space, Gina.
So here's the movie I'd like to do: is that Boba Fett stops being a bounty hunter and becomes a social worker.
Well, he might as well. He's one of the worst bounty hunters in the galaxy.
No kidding.
That's another story. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. I believe that Dave the Flower Guy is in the studio to do Boner of the Week.
Sure he is.
All right, after these, X96.
Back Twitter at RFHCarry. Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, 9:47 right now.
I'm a little worried because Dave the Flower Guy, who always picks the boner of the week.
Who always shows up.
He always shows up, even when we're on location. He shows up at the studio. He's not there. So...
Well, Carlin said that he got his new tractor.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's just out joyriding.
I hope so.
Yeah. If anybody knows anything about Dave, email us.
There are people around town that see him every day.
Radiofromhell at x96.com, and then I'll call him later. I have his number. But so he's not there in the studio, so this gentleman just came into the Rocky Mountain Raceway here where we are to get some tickets. His name is?
Kylie.
And Kylie is from Salt Lake, right?
Yes.
But now you've moved to Grace, Idaho.
Yep.
And why did you do that?
To run from the law.
Okay.
He doesn't want to say.
See, now I wanted to make the joke, but
he doesn't want to say.
He made the joke. No, he was just said for peace and quiet, but I was going to make the joke he was running from the law, but he stole it.
I think he's coming clean with us. I think
that's what it is. Kylie is here if law enforcement will hold him here.
Well, yeah, we had a police officer.
They were just here. Unified police were here a minute ago.
Kylie, it's an interesting name. You know why your parents named you Kylie? Usually, we associate that name mostly with a female name.
Yeah, originally it is a female name. It's spelled slightly differently. It's like Riley, only with a K. But I guess there was this show in the 80s, and there was a Dr. Kylie. I can't remember the name of this
was that
show.
Marcus Welby, MD?
Yeah, yeah.
Was that
the 80s?
No, is that before the 80s?
How did it be?
No, I think that's.
It'd be
that
St.
sounds
Elsewhere
familiar.
or something, wouldn't it?
No, I think it's Dr. Kylie was on Marcus Welby. It was
I don't know.
It was Thanos' dad.
Huh?
What are you talking about? Yeah, Marcus Welby.
Jim Brolin?
Yeah. Wasn't James Brolin on that?
Yes.
And he played
Was
Dr.
he Dr.
Kylie.
Kylie?
Yes, Dr. Kylie.
Thanos' dad. Is
There
your
we
name
go.
there.
Hey, right here,
There
geek.
you go. Josh
Geek?
Brolin. Yes, very
Do I
good.
get geek cred for this?
You get Marcus Welby geek cred.
Well, and I know who James Brolin is and his son, and that he was Thanos.
There you go.
I know how to make the circle there. The geek
I didn't
circle.
even
Is that a
know
hat
That's
trick?
actually
Is that
kind of cool to know?
Yeah. So there you go. I don't know where I pulled that from.
You did. It's right there.
Okay, so anyway, Kylie is here to fill in for Dave the Flower Guy, and so those are big shoes to fill, well-worn shoes. But Kylie, I'm going to tell you who the boner candidates were all week, and then you get to decide which one you think is the worst. Okay. So we had boner candidate number 1 from Monday. Sometimes I'm ashamed to be a member of the human race. Oh, this is the airplane passenger who punched a deaf pregnant woman, not just deaf woman, not just pregnant woman, but deaf and pregnant, punched her in the stomach during an altercation that started with a complaint about the service dog on the plane. It was a Great Dane. He also punched the Great Dane. If you know anything about Great Danes, they're big, but they're very timid and sweet dogs, and the Great Dane yelped and ran and hid under a seat. That's number 1. Number 2 from Tuesday. What the hell has happened to decency? Also on an airplane. Also a man harassing a woman, a couple of women on the plane, and he ends up standing up and peeing on one of the seats. The woman starts yelling, "He's peeing on the seat!" And the flight attendants on this flight tried to calm the woman down rather than dealing with the guy who was peeing on the seat. So that's number 2. Number 3, right. They'll be taking white men to internment camps any day now. Author Richard Paul Evans has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. At least one female author has accused him of inappropriate behavior, claiming that he touched her inappropriately. When Richard Paul Evans was confronted with this, one of his arguments was that white men are being targeted. White men are being targeted. It's like the Jews in Nazi Germany. They're going to round up they would like to reduce the white male population to 10%. That's what he said.
He said racism is on the decline in America, except for white males.
Okay, number 4 from Thursday. There is a special place in hell for people like this. It's a former police dispatcher who gambled away $10,000 that had been raised for a paralyzed police officer. She was in a position to handle the money that they raised for this cop, and she, instead of getting it to him, gambled it away at a local casino. And number 5, was from today, which was shed. What shed? The guys stealing a shed, and they didn't even bother to put it on a trailer. They were just dragging it down the highway behind their car when the cops caught them. So 5 candidates. Kylie, which one do you think is the worst? Which one is the boner of the week?
We're going to do number 3.
Number 3, right. They'll be taking white men to internment camps any day now.
Excellent.
It's a good choice.
Good choice.
Thank you.
Well done, Kylie. I assume you stream our show or listen to the podcast up in
I do.
Grace?
I do.
Thanks for doing it. Does your brother listen too?
He does.
We have 2 people in Grace, Idaho that listen to the Radio from Hell show.
It's 2 out of 900.
Well,
That's
that's
a good
not
start, right?
Yeah, let's see if you can get all. Next time you talk with us, let's see how far you've gotten on getting all 900 on board.
I will make that my mission.
Depending on how you parse ratings points, we could be number 1 in Grace.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a
it's possible.
percentage thing.
What's your age range? Are you the 18 to 34 or 25 to 49?
18 to 34.
18 to 34.
Good.
I'll bet we're number 1, 18 to 34 in Grace,
Idaho.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because everybody else is way older than that.
Yeah, I'd say about 90 might be the average.
Yeah.
Sometime next week, should we read the mission statements on the Richard Paul Evans? What is it called? Kings.
Oh, the Tribe of Kings.
That creepy organization he's part of.
Yeah,
I have issues.
Well, we know that, but what are you talking about?
I have questions. I have complaints. I have comments.
No, I don't want him on the show. No, don't want him on the show.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we'll, we could do that.
Yeah.
We need to revise our mission statement, I think.
We do. It has been a long time since our mission statement was written.
Your mission statement is played on Radio from Hell TV every morning before you start the show.
Is it?
So you better revise it because it talks about playing 1 song an hour.
Oh.
It's way out of date.
No, we do. We play at least 1 song an hour.
No, we don't.
Oh, not an hour. That's right. 1 song a day. That's.
We should. Yeah, let's.
We need to incorporate the word fun into our new mission statement.
You know, it's all about fun.
Maybe we should do a contest and have listeners write it.
No.
And we'll choose the best one.
No.
We won't let them vote on it.
No.
Okay, well, then it will never happen.
No.
We contribute ideas.
No, we have to write the mission statement.
But they can.
It's our mission statement. We will write it. What do you mean it'll never happen? I'll write it this weekend if you want.
Okay.
God, it's
Why don't
not
you
like
do that?
it's not like brain surgery.
We have to wait until you have a cold to record it.
Oh, that's right. I did have a cold when I read that last one, didn't I?
I've got one.
Yes, Kylie.
Radio from Hell. Creating fun for the 90-year-old demographic in small towns across.
That's a good start.
That's a good start. Well, I may incorporate that.
Radio from Hell will never forget. Will never let you forget that we were always right about Trump.
Radio from Hell, where the fun never stops.
It's about fun.
Yeah.
This place is for fun.
It's not. When I say the fun never stops, what I mean is non-stop fun.
Oh, okay.
See?
Well, yeah, that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say maybe the fun never stops until 10 a.m.
It's
true. The fun does, in fact, stop.
The fun stopper is John Smith.
Well, as a matter of fact, we always say what John Smith is always says at the beginning of his show, the fun stops here.
All right.
Come on, you're just funning me, aren't you?
We don't have a script for the promo.
Well, let's just kind of wing it about, Memorial Day and all of that.
We hope you're enjoying your extra long Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, we do.
You two just.
I'm sorry. I left you out. I left you hanging.
Yes, and Bill.
Well, I left you hanging. I did it just to be funny.
It's the pioneers of alternative. That's what it's called. All right.
Okay. Start again.
We hope you're enjoying your extra long Memorial Day weekend.
Please relax and have a nice time and then join us again on Tuesday. But in the meantime,
enjoy your Pioneers of Alternative Music weekend. We'll see you Tuesday, X96.
That worked.
Yeah. See, I could have done that the first time, but I just thought it would be funny to just put a roadblock there.
Roadblocks are funny.
Well, when we finish up the...
You should know.
Finishing up the program, want to wish Octavia Spencer a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Octavia.
She's 46 years old.
Hey, we should...
Happy birthday to Mike Myers. Millions of dollars he has, of course. He's 55 today. That's a lot of fun, isn't it?
We should have really just said to everybody, make sure you have fun this weekend, because fun is what it's all about.
So I heard he's pitching a Dr. Evil.
Fantastic. Yeah, he's wants to do a Dr. Evil show.
All right, are we good?
Yep.
All right. Live long and thanks to Rocky Mountain Raceway. Don't forget their May Madness event happening tomorrow. Unless you're hearing this on Monday or Tuesday morning, it's over. Tomorrow, May 26th, it is doors open at 1. Opening ceremonies are at 6. 655 West 2100 South of West Valley, just off the 201, the May Madness
Now,
event.
that's not when Richie's singing the national anthem, is it?
No, couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks, all right.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You've changed.
John Smith is next, I think. Thank you, Carlin. Good job.
I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you.